Good. What time is it? 12:20 afternoon, everybody, as it were. Welcome in, welcome in. My name is Alec Gunther, the illustrious, the handsome, the now famous Alec Gunther. Yes, that's right. The video has dropped, boys. Now, I have heard rumors that I could have done this on. Oh, hold on. Sorry, I had my own window open, my own stream. Um, I heard rumors that I would have been allowed to watch this on Twitch, but I'm not gonna take any chances. And hey, why not? We can give the YouTube frogs a little bit, a little something, something, right? Sorry, I don't have any lighting set up or anything. I'm so nervous and anxious to watch this. I have no clue how this will go. This could go either very well or it could go very poorly. I could look. I'm fairly sure that I made myself the star of the show, right? Like, I think I was the most interesting. I was the most fun. But we'll see. We'll see how it went. I'm excited. I hope you're all excited too. I don't think I'm gonna do any editing on this one. I'm just gonna leave it up as like the live stream because I think I'm just gonna do this and then bail. I don't know. We'll see how we're feeling after. Did you wear the hat? I absolutely wore the hat. Are you kidding me? Oh yeah, that's right. Thanks for reminding me. I gotta tell the Etsy guy. Okay, so the hat. Now, what you guys don't know is this was a sponsored Jubilee appearance. Okay? Here, I'll show you real quick. I'm not logged into Etsy, so it'll be fine. You won't see my private info. But this was a sponsored appearance. So this guy on Etsy was selling the Hunter Biden 2024 hat. Now, I bought this one, and I have it on the wall. Okay, so I have this version of it as well. It's a little bit nicer looking. It's a little bit more cleaned up, but I like this one a little bit better. It's grungy. It's trucker looking. It's just more my style, I think. Now, here's the kicker is he sent me... Wait, Lamp? What about Lamp? Also, welcome. Thank you for being here. So he sent me that one because I paid for it, right? And I was like, hey, listen, man... Because I saw the other one afterwards. I saw this hat, and I was like, I like this one better. So I messaged him, and I'm like, listen, man, I want to get the hat switched. If you could switch the hat for me, I would be greatly appreciative, right? I'm going to be going on to Jubilee, Middle Ground, and I'm going to be wearing this hat. So, I think this one would look better if I wear it. And he's like, okay, man, I'll tell you what. Since you're going on to Middle Ground, I'm going to send you the other hat for free. So I got this hat for free. I paid for that one. He can keep the money though. This is very good. I told him I'll do free advertising for him. I'm like, I love the hat. I love the shop. Everything about it is great. Hunter Biden 2024, baby. Let's go. So as I was saying, this is a sponsored Jubilee appearance. Okay. So definitely go give this guy a look. He's just called Hunter Biden 2024 on Etsy. He's only got 18 sales. A travesty. We've got to get the word out, okay? So go tell all your friends. Hunter Biden 2024 shop on Etsy. Okay? I'm linking in the chat. And go get your merch. Anyway. Okay, enough dawdling. We must get to the meat and potatoes. Fucking God, I'm so nervous. I am so goddamn nervous. All right. Let's do this. Oh, boy. Oh, I already left a comment because I was just like, I'm going to watch it first. Yeah, I left a comment. I was like, "Hoo boy, can't wait to see how this turned out. I'll edit this comment as soon as I give it a look. Thanks so much, Jubilee, for having me." So, nice to see a young black woman like Destiny speak for her people. Oh, that's so good. What a banger comment. Fantastic. Here, let me put this up here. Banger comment. Yes, Ufmi is indeed famous. This is correct. Hold on. Why is the chat doing that? Oh. For some reason, the chat on screen's really delayed. I don't know why. I'm hoping you use good logics against them. We'll see. We'll see. I'm okay. Before we begin, a few. What do I want to say? You know what? Before we begin, let me do a little dedication, okay? This is dedicated to all of my viewers out there. Viewers like you who make this show possible just by being here. I don't make any money. Well, I do make a little bit of money, but the amount of money that I pay into my editors and the amount of time that it takes to do this stuff is very much not worth the money that is being generated, okay? So I very much do this for passion. I do this because I love it. I do it because I'm an attention whore, and I'm trying to build my numbers, build my prestige, you know, so I can attention whore myself out a little bit better. But ultimately, I'm also, you know, I'm doing this for a good cause. Black conservatives, white conservatives, Asian, trans, gay, doesn't matter. If you're a conservative, you're wrong. And I went into this with that mindset. And that's what this channel is all about, you know? We're just trying to make the world a better place and show who the bad guys are and why they're the bad guys, okay? That's not to say every conservative voter is that way. It's mostly the pundits and the politicians. But you have to... you have to show conservative voters a little tough love sometimes, even if they're good people. You know what I mean? Anyway, with all that being said, no more delays. Let's get into it, boys. Let's get right into it.
Let's decide what the next 112 episodes will be. Join our money round Patreon.
Wait, what was it? You said Hassan Piker.
And we want you to help us decide what the next 112.
Okay, modern teens versus Amish teens. That's a pretty good one. Scientologists versus ex-Scientologists. That could get somebody killed. You're not supposed to be an ex-Scientologist. And if you're a Scientologist, you're not supposed to talk to ex-Scientologists. That could get somebody killed. Closeted queer versus openly queer. Wait, if you're... no, you can be closeted and still be on the show. Prisoners versus prison guards. Ooh, that is a banger one. Holocaust deniers versus Holocaust survivors. Billionaires versus socialists. Oh my god, if they could get that one. Hassan Piker versus Ben Shapiro, please. Okay, let's go.
Join our money round Patreon community and make money.
So much build up to this. Vosh versus Ben Shapiro would be amazing. Here we go. There's me. It's me. That's me. I'm the boy. I told you guys. My friends didn't believe me. My friends didn't believe me, but there I am. It's right there in full color resolution, 4K, caught in 4K, okay? Towering above the competition. And also, this guy next to me is really based. He was wearing a Luffy shirt. Both one-pieced out the wazoo. I love this guy. Not so very fond of her, and I'm neutral about this guy. I've heard some bad things that he's done, but nothing's personal. Anyway.
I was chosen to read the following prompt. White Americans have way more advantages than Black Americans.
Okay, here we go.
I think I'm a rarity here.
It would seem so.
Do white Americans have more advantages because they're white? Or
White Destiny look like a divorced dad? He does kind of carry that energy, doesn't he?
Or do just white Americans have advantages because of historic factors? I think that people want to argue.
There's me. I'm blocking him. Look at my stance. Even the camera was like, well, you know, this guy's too great. We have to put him in the foreground. He's tall. Me is tall or he is tall? Destiny? Because I'm the tall one. That's awesome.
White or not.
I take up like 50% of the frame while Destiny's talking.
And that's how it kind of carries over to today.
Also, is the video loud enough? I feel like it's a little too quiet.
Even in times of the United States history where black people have tried to build wealth.
Let me know if there's any
the
technical
Tulsa
difficulties.
Where, yeah, that this wealth has been destroyed. And something that's upsetting
I look so unimpressed. I'm not looking at him as though he's wrong, though.
to me is when
Like, I
conservatives
agreed
talk
with
about
him.
we can't blame the past for what's happening in the present. That is true to some extent. But then the next breath, they'll talk about how important it is to have dual.
I know you're a big man, but damn, you're huge. Thank you. I'm actually the shortest of my brothers, if you can believe that. I have a sister who is my height. So, Ohio Germans, man.
Households, how important it is to have a strong family, to have responsibility.
I gotta work out again. I've been putting it off.
In the past that
oh, sorry, the
racial
captions are
issues,
way too big.
The process has been severely disrupted.
The funny thing is that agreeing with all these things is when I did my research when I was younger, which arrived me to my standpoint of being a conservative, because I believed it was racist, Democrat, liberal ideologies and policies
Yes.
dating all the way back to the
Oh, yeah, he's a
1800s.
Vax rebel. I didn't say anything about the shirt, but I did have people say things about the Joe Brandon, or the Hunter Brandon
Up to
hat.
the 1960s, and then
It's really quiet. I can turn it up. Thank you for letting me know. Turn it up real quick.
the purported big switch, but I think it was more so
How's
when
that?
Democrats decided to be a bit more cloak and dagger about their true opinions of black people and be more secretive and more, oh, we want to help you by, you know, doing these things and seeing them as
Doing
inferior.
what things?
Affirmative action, welfare,
Oh, here we go.
all sorts
So
of
wait,
things that
welfare,
eventually
so-
ruin our culture and place us where we are now.
Here we
So
go.
giving-
But I want to get back
I'm
to
the
the
white
history of it
liberal.
because
Look,
we're-
it's
Well,
me,
I
the
just
white
want to make sure
liberal.
we're clear. Giving
It's
them
me.
money hurt them, right? Is that what you're
And,
saying?
well, yes, giving them, because if your
Is
father's
it too loud now? I feel like it's a little too loud.
side of the home, that's when we give you the money. If you're living in
Yeah,
this
so
housing,
then give
if
them the
you're
money
living
while
in
the
this
dad's
housing
in.
rent-free,
Well, then
that's
give
how
them
you
the
get
money
more of
while
the
the dad's in the
if
home.
You,
then.
if you're working
So
this
give
amount of
them the-
hours and getting less than this amount of
You're
dollars,
throwing-
you're getting money
you're
from the
throwing the
government.
baby-
Yes, it is
you're
incentivizing.
throwing the baby out with the
it is-
bathwater.
I don't even know what that means in this scenario because yes,
You're
okay, you
throwing
want to talk about throwing babies
Okay,
out with
let
the
me break this
bathwater?
down for
Margaret
you.
Sanger wanted to exterminate the black race because she thought they were.
By the
weak.
way, this happened, just so you know, this happened way later in the conversation. So by this point, I was already pretty I was already pretty exhausted. So I am going to dig into this guy more than I would have if this had been the beginning of the debate. So I think that this is a little bit, it's not dishonest. It's just like, turn it down, of course. Thank you guys for moderating the volume. I appreciate it. So I don't think this is dishonest, but just so you guys know, this was later on in the conversation.
So yeah, we can literally talk about throwing the baby out with the bathwater.
So I'd already
That's what
been
Margaret
going
Sanger-
back and
that's what
forth with
Democrat
this guy.
policies wanted to do to my people. So that's why I feel so strongly about it, because it is these policies that date back centuries that were built off of the death and poverty of my people.
Let's take a breath.
Sure. I'm breathing.
Okay.
So a lot of babies aren't, but
All
I
right.
am,
Okay.
sadly.
I don't know what that means. When I say throw the baby out with the bathwater, you want to
I don't know what,
completely
he's
get
just
rid
like
of
a lot of babies aren't. What? I think that was an abortion jab, but I have no clue why he said that, like even now. It was so weird.
Okay? Or at least the I don't want to put that on you, you haven't said that, but the conservative apparatus does, clearly. So giving money to a group of people does not hurt them.
I mean,
It
sure, if
can't.
you're talking about a lottery,
It
just
literally
hey, take
can't.
money. But
Yes.
there are strings
Take money.
attached to that money.
Take all the
there
money.
are strings attached
Give
to
them
that
millions. Make them all millionaires. I don't care. Giving money to black
Yes.
people does not hurt them.
And that has
thinking
not
that-
happened, though. That has not happened.
What do you mean?
That has not happened.
No.
It hasn't been a
You're
reparations.
saying
It hasn't been this or that.
what
It has
you're
been
saying,
a welfare program,
welfare
Great
was
Societies
designed.
Act, that
Welfare
was built
was-
off of the idea of, hey, we get these families
I
split
feel
up.
like I did really well against him here. Like my tone is powerful, but it's not snarky. I was afraid of coming off too snarky, but I think just like it's not really anybody's fault. But I think just being who I am and having kind of a deeper voice in this appearance makes me look less like a bleeding heart liberal. You know what I mean? That's just my impression. I don't know.
We get these
So
people
then let
living
them
here.
keep the family together and keep all the money.
I mean,
There you go.
I guess
Boom,
so,
done.
but I guarantee you,
I guess
there's
so.
no way that
Why
would
would you
happen.
not advocate for that?
So in your, I guess,
That was
research
great.
of, like history
Hey, that was a hell of a good start. Let's go, baby.
of this country and everything, do you find like the Reconstruction era and,
Started
like,
watching One Piece. Congratulations on the beginning of your journey, my friend. I hope you enjoy it.
the failures of like what it
Sincerely.
wanted to be and then what it ended up being, and then which led into
You sound like a dad?
You know,
Perfect. That's what I want it to sound like.
had downstream effects to enter into the Jim Crow era, and you have policies like redlining that influence how schools are funded. The downstream effects of slavery. Do you think?
Oh, shoot. Hold on. I don't know why this was up here. Why did nobody tell me this was up here? Hold on. There we go. Sorry, guys.
Put black people as generally in a worse off position than white Americans.
I think generation by generation, the effects of slavery have been diluted, but generation by generation, the effects of racism, welfare-based policies, and things of that nature became.
So I don't really know how we got on this, but like the original prompt, just remember white Americans have way more advantages than black Americans.
Even more great. So in the 1880s or so, when we had our first black members of Congress, which were indeed Republicans, I think that was a great start for things, but obviously we had terrible things.
Oh yeah, he keeps bringing up that like the Republicans were the ones that like advocated for slavery abolition and all that shit. And I brought up the party switch, and Destiny kind of corrected me because I simplified it too much. Fair enough. But there was a party swap for all intents and purposes. It was called the Southern Strategy. And I bring that up at some point, and I don't know. We'll see when it comes up.
Things that happened, like the Tulsa massacre.
Sorry, I'm nervous.
Among black people being chased out of their homes by the KKK.
Sure.
All funded by the Democrat Party, all supported by the Democrat Party.
Well, I mean, I need to stop you there. Can you attribute not to the party but to the ideology? Because I think when you think, regardless of whatever the party
It's
switch
really
was,
dumb, isn't it, Fetus?
traditionally conservative values did not like. That's more aligned with more racist policies
It's
in this
very
country.
difficult
Like
to
very
compare 2020's conservatism to 1880s conservatism.
No, it's not at all. It's not at all. It's all the same basic shit.
Oh, I was loving the 1v4.
Oh, you're so fucking
personally,
cocky.
I feel like there's really only one
Okay,
thing
so this guy right here, just so you know, he's a fucking prick, all right?
that white people
I went
have
back
a true
and forth with him
advantage over black
extensively.
people with, and it's that white people are less likely to be forced into a box. It happens with black people onto other black people, but it especially happens with white liberals onto black conservatives, where we are told that we are supposed to think a certain way, be a certain way, and if we're not, then we're called all these names like etc. And the worst of all
Oh, yeah, he said the C slur, I think.
is bootlicker, because I hate
Oh,
when a
yes, wait. Okay, there's important context missing here, but I'll just let it play.
white liberal tells me as a black man that I'm a bootlicker. Because then I ask, whose boot am I licking? Because you're telling me as a white person that me as a black person that I'm licking your boot because I don't think in this box that you want me to frame my mentality in. That to me is real racism. And that's what we need to stop allowing to happen to us, because black people are so
Please,
quick now
please,
to
tell
not
me they
branch
kept it
out
in.
and to have new ways of thinking, or to go into careers like agriculture and these other career paths that black people don't typically get into. It's not because of racism stopping them from getting in there. It's because we're told for so long that you have to follow this path and you have to think a certain way.
I think America is a
No, they took it out! No, my joke! They left it out! I'm so pissed. Oh my god. Okay, I have to explain this. So, after that spiel, I have to preface this with something that happened earlier on in the conversation, okay? Earlier in the conversation, this guy revealed that he has 6 friends who are police officers, okay? 6 friends who are police officers. And he says that, like, these police officers, like, quit during the Black Lives Matter shit, right? Or some shit like that. And I was like, geez, 6 police officer friends. That's a lot, right? That's a lot of police officer friends. So he said this later on. And I replied with, my guy, you have 6 cop friends. I guarantee you there are 6 very clean sets of boots right now. And they took that out of the final cut. Oh my god, they did me so fucking dirty. All right, I'll get over it. Just
place for a black person.
let it go.
I'm an American.
Let it go.
Anything that's available to you is available to me and mine.
I've personally never
Oh my god, they're all so annoying. Honestly, everybody there was so fucking annoying except for Destiny and the other guy wearing the one-piece shirt. Even like the girl liberal who was there was like, I don't really go with labels. I'm like a centrist, you know? Like I lean left, but like it's just fucking grating, dude.
white people having way more privileges than me. Like
it is
I'm
very,
sure you could
very
find
edited.
Certain institutions where black people are treated differently, but in general, I don't think.
Nothing dishonest so far, just so you know. Nothing dishonest. They just dicked me over by taking my joke out.
That I've missed out on anything because of being black, and if anything, it's given me more of a voice because.
By the way, I want to point out, and I didn't point this out during Jubilee, like during the middle ground shooting, but the only reason that she looks black is because of the way that her hair is. Okay, her skin obviously is a little bit darker than mine. There's some things about her complexion, whatever. But like, if her hair were not done up like this, then she doesn't even look black. Like, she could easily pass as white. And so if she just has like straight hair and she's walking around, then of course she's not going to feel the effects of systemic racism as much as like somebody like this guy. Right? Like, am I crazy? She's like, I don't even really see it in my life. Well, yeah, if you don't wear your hair like that, you wouldn't have to now, would you? Anyway.
People will want to hear what I say now because I'm black. So if anything, I have more of a platform.
I was
now
this
just
close
on the
to
basis
saying
of being
that.
a black conservative and saying what's not popular than I would if I was just a white person. Who
They really like me. They really just keep being all the shots.
Conservative.
I agree with the Supreme Court court's decision
Okay.
and affirmative action?
I think I'm not going to start. Someone else can start. Sorry.
She's so annoying.
Affirmative action has served its purpose. I think that it was necessary for a particular time, and I think that every black person.
No,
knows
she
how to
is
get into
mixed,
college. It was
Ghost,
I
but-
mean, you could pull out the names, the Oprah, President Obama. You can pull out the head of Time Warner was black man. Forbes was black man. We know what.
Have you guys heard there are rich black people? That means that racism is over, guys. We did it.
do now? We don't need.
By the way, I did agree with Destiny's basic premise on this. I don't know why he went to sit down, but I did agree with basically everything he said here.
Affirmative action anymore. And to me, affirmative action is offensive sometimes.
No, trans people did not come up a single time. I was actually very surprised. I hoped that it would. I was like, can you please throw, like I emailed them because they asked for suggestions and they were like, you can just email us suggestions. And I was like, can you please throw something in there about queerness or trans people or trans rights? Like, because that's kind of my thing. But they didn't. So it's whatever.
Especially nowadays because I have 6 children and 2 boys, 4 girls. And all of them went to
I feel so
Harvard,
bad for
Columbia,
them.
And this one and that one, and it breaks my heart to think that they accomplished that goal of getting into these institutions just because of the color of their skin.
I can definitely say that.
But they
it creates a lot
didn't.
of tension when you have a.
But they didn't. That's the thing is like, I'm smiling in here in the background because that's just so ridiculous. That's not how it goes. It's not how that works.
My first week at the University of Illinois, I was sitting with some classmates, and a white student turned to me and jokingly like, "Hey Xavier, like, did you just attach a smiley face when you applied for this college?" And I started asking what he meant, and he said to me that he was like, "You're black. I'm assuming you had decent."
Got quiet
grades.
again.
You could have just attached a smiley
Yeah,
face. And you would've gotten
the audio balancing really leaves a lot to be desired, I must say.
into the university. So I was livid by that, and I went off. I started naming all of my accomplishments, and I felt so confident only for about
Oh
an
yeah,
hour.
no, Avalon, that's absolutely the case. And in fact, they got pretty annoying with how much they kept us inside of the topic because they were like, oh, yeah, no, just like talk, like it's a casual conversation, right? Just like have a conversation, guys. Haha, we're just having a convo. And then every time we would veer even slightly off the topic, they're like, no, stop. Go back to what you were talking about. They weren't that mean about it, but they did do that. It was really annoying.
Because then an hour later, I started saying to myself, like, wow, like, did I actually earn my way in here? I started to have this insecurity, and I started wondering to myself, did I earn this position myself, or did my ancestors' suffering earn this for me?
And two, I've seen it in the
Who fucking cares? Your ancestors' suffering earned everything for you. If your ancestors hadn't done what they did, you wouldn't be here, and you certainly would not be enjoying the fruits of their suffering, regardless of if they're black, white, or whatever. Okay, you live in a society that was built, that began being built like thousands upon thousands of years ago. They all suffered for your benefit. That's such a stupid way of looking at this. It's like, why the fuck do you care? Anyway.
Sense of like affirmative action taking away from other people
Cucks,
who are
dude.
minorities. Like I had a friend who was Asian and he in high school and he really wanted to go to MIT. That was his dream school. He interned there. He was super like prepared to go there and he didn't get in. And you can only assume that it was because of affirmative action because they have such a large Asian population that they want to admit other people.
Yeah, I was gonna.
I don't think she afforded Harvard, by the way. I think the point was that they got in on a scholarship or something.
They argue that it's more racist nowadays because it excludes so many Asian Americans from getting into universities.
Yeah,
who
totally.
do deserve a spot, and they can't get in because of affirmative action, which, again, like you were saying.
See, but that's not true. They don't bar people who have higher qualifications from getting in. They don't do that. They take people with similar applications. They say, okay, let's look at, let's take race into consideration here, right? Let's take race into consideration here because there's a history of unequal balancing when it comes to the racial demographic of the people that we accept. So the law states that as a result of that, we have to, balance it out artificially. Right? I think that's fine. That's fine.
Was
Anyway.
necessary at the time.
Yeah.
I know I'm
but
pausing
now
a lot.
It's like anybody, if you have the skills to do it, and
I just have so much to say about this. I'm sorry I'm pausing a lot.
you're in America, you can get in.
I don't think affirmative action
Been
is
holding my
the
tongue
worst
for a while.
thing, considering all the different types or aspects of a background you might take into account when somebody's getting into college, whether they were in certain clubs, boys.
Yeah, I think I do bring up grandfathering or something something like that, grandfather clauses and stuff.
Scouts, what type of classes they took, that might not
Hello,
be available to
M.
everybody.
Flary.
I don't think
Welcome.
that factoring in the affirmative action is
Flary?
necessarily
Flary?
a bad thing, but I feel
Probably
like
Flary.
because of everything you guys have said, the optics behind it are so horrible today that even if it is slightly beneficial in the long run for certain people, I think we can probably refocus most of that into figuring out like the class that people come from, the neighborhoods, the backgrounds.
So the route that he went with this is a route that I largely agree with, although the reason that I didn't sit down when I said I agree with the Supreme Court's decision to end affirmative action, I could have made the same arguments that Destiny was making, but I don't agree with what they did, not because I love I love affirmative action as it is, but because the reasons they did it, right? They didn't do it to institute something better. They did it just to get rid of it.
Or whatever,
but I do agree with Destiny.
Necessarily target race. The only thing that I kind of wonder now that it's gone is instead of a black person being in school thinking like, man,
oh, somebody already replied that I did a great job.
Because I'm an affirmative action pick, is it going to be a kid that is poor or a kid that's from a different zip code?
I think we should do away with all of it. Just like submit an application,
like
no
demographics.
Comments. Why do they ask your sexuality? Like, why do they ask all that stuff?
We should scroll through some comments after this.
So, if affirmative action accomplishes
I go sit down, I'm like, okay, here's my 2 cents, baby.
its purpose, why do we still see the disparities that we do in the professional workplace? If you average white wealth and compare it to black wealth totals, white people as a whole have about 50 times.
Oh, good. They put the little factoid in. Excellent. I was hoping they would do this for me. In the U.S., the average black and Hispanic or Latino households earn about half as much as the average white household and own about only 15 to 20% as much net wealth. That's insane. That's insane. That is insane.
Greater wealth than black people as a whole per capita. So I just don't understand why you think affirmative action has accomplished its purpose. I don't see
Curious.
that.
Why do you assume that just because there is a disparity means it's because of a racial issue?
What else would it be from?
I mean,
Upbringing, economic abilities,
Desire to
skills.
go, desire to.
I mean,
So
zip
it
code
was their
does
fault
play
then.
a lot. If you grow up in a neighborhood that experiences
Immediately.
a lot of
I'm so on the offensive. I'm like, oh, so it was their fault.
trauma, you're not as likely to do as well in school, which means you're.
Why did they grow up in a neighborhood that experiences a lot of trauma?
I mean, lots of people do.
Yes,
live in
but
a-
why specifically do more black people?
Government assistance programs.
Government assistance programs, like what?
Try redlining.
I mean, you can go into that if you'd like to, but let's take
It
a
is
look
relevant.
at the Great Societies Act, which was created to kick black fathers out of the home and get black mothers on welfare assistance. These things aren't beneficial for economics.
So
These things
this
aren't
question, like I said before, this question came before the question where he talks, where we were going off on each other, just so you know.
beneficial for actually paving a way for success for black children and black families.
The only reason I feel that's relevant is because, well, 2 reasons. One, I wasn't as heated early on, and then 2, this is kind of where I bring up that, for the first time, that, oh, you can't just attribute these disparities to a lack of trying or a lack of effort or a lack of desire. That's wrong and actually racist. Laura Cobb, good morning, Alec. Have you been cringe? I've been a naughty, cringy boy. You know me. The weakness of all conservatives, continuing to ask why. Exactly. They hate that. It's like literally a 2-year-old can beat them because a 2-year-old, all they know is the question, why? Girl thinks people don't have a desire to earn bigger wages. Yeah, exactly. Why was the Destiny guy banned from Twitch? He sounds reasonable. He sounds reasonable here. I don't remember the exact reason he was banned from Twitch, but I do know that he's had some really shit takes. I know that he said some really shit things about people. Overall, I would have to dig into it more to really solidify my opinion on Destiny. I don't think he's a good guy right now, but historically he has been, and I still think that he's right on a lot of things.
I mean, reducing a 2-family household to a 1-family household isn't going to make them the richest man in the world. It isn't even going to get them out of high school. Nonetheless, the ability to even get to college.
You mean
Yeah,
two-parent?
the child, yes, but a 2-parent household
Yeah.
in comparison to a 1-parent household, that child is not going to be nearly as successful. That child is more disposed to being sent into prison by doing crimes or not doing very well in school. So
His
how are they
Kenosha
even supposed
take?
to get
Oh, okay.
that,
I don't know
wealth
what it was.
disparity shrunk if they aren't even able to get out of the community that is causing these problems for them.
Something I think that this conversation illustrates is that like affirmative action is literally the very end of the line of a lot of different parts of a person's life. And by that point, trying to rectify all of the inequities that have existed, to try to remedy any of that at the very end.
So I think the difference between me and Destiny is Destiny did a lot of explaining and I did a lot of questioning. I think like I was very assertive and aggressive against him. And I'm not saying that makes what Destiny did wrong. I do think it made me more interesting, though. Just saying.
With affirmative action, it might just be too
victim
broad a
blaming,
brush,
yeah.
And maybe we'd be better served focusing on the earlier issues than trying to throw a kid who maybe can barely read at a 6th grade
With
level.
American welfare, it's more beneficial to be single since it gives much more money for each person. Exactly, and I brought that up. Well, I brought that up earlier, right? I said you're throwing the baby out with the bathwater. I said that back here. Like they just want to ditch welfare. And it's like, well, no, you're pointing out to me that it was structured in such a way to keep black people from getting married. So let them marry and keep the money. Like make it incentivize the marriage without taking away the money. You can do that. What's your position about wearing anime t-shirts for events like these? I literally wore... Mine was more inconspicuous, but my shirt, this shirt is from One Piece. And the shirt that was underneath of it when I was wearing was from One Piece. It was way less conspicuous, but fans of One Piece know exactly what it is.
Into a college to hope that that's the thing that fixes the problem.
See, that's the One Piece Jolly Roger.
The line.
I think affirmative action wasn't really supposed to like send kids to Harvard that weren't prepared to go to Harvard.
In other words, based.
Quite a myth.
That's my take.
In fact, I think those that have the qualities to get to Harvard were, before affirmative action, could just completely overlooked. Clarence Thomas is like the perfect example. Regardless of what you think about him, he was able to get to Harvard because of affirmative action, because it focused on finding people that were, again, like just overlooked for those.
But things ended up changing. It morphed into something else. So what started out as a good program of giving all black people or people with a lesser chance or lesser opportunity, it started out as that, and then it morphed.
Just real quick, I was DMing my brother because they're watching it too. And he said they took out your bootlegger zinger. And I'm like, I know they did. I'm so pissed. Anyway. That was good content. They shot themselves in the foot on that one.
And I'm not sure who morphed it, but it morphed into, okay, so now we have to have one black, one Hispanic, one this,
Thank you for the
one
follow,
that.
Cat Girl Games.
But hey, talk to the corporations, talk to the people
Oh,
who
I think
hire.
that's a Twitch follow. I don't have YouTube follows turned on right now. We'll just turn off all the alerts for today.
Talk to the board members who say we need to have a woman on the board, we need to have a black on the board, we need to have a Latina, a Latinx, whatever, on the board. So it morphed from helping us into now
tokenization.
Yes. So you have to have one of this, one of that.
Diversity hire.
Well, when you start with a country where people only hire you if you're white, that's necessary. And I know that you said that it started good and then ended whatever. And I don't think that affirmative action was perfect by any measure, but we still see really, really bad inequality. So if you're going to get rid of affirmative action, what's the replacement?
Meritocracy.
There's no meritocracy in this country. You look at Elon Musk, he's destroying Twitter. There's no meritocracy. That's ridiculous.
Well, first thing I want to bounce back to is it's not a myth that there are minorities that are being
this guy's
put in college
based
just that they're not ready for. If you look at a lot of these top universities, including Harvard, Yale, etc., you're going to see a lot of minorities on
a bunch of people talking in a dark room is already boring without all the extra elements. Why take out a cool zinger too? Yeah, I think they probably would have kept it in. They told me personal insults are fine, by the way. I literally asked word for word, like, what's the deal with personal insults? Can we do them? Is it forbidden? They're like, oh, no, you can do it. Just make sure it's relevant. I'm like, well, shit. All right, then. So I think they probably would have kept it in if it weren't for the fact that they have a certain order to edit in. None of this is dishonest. Just so you know, none of this is dishonest. It's just, like, edited in such a way that they cut a lot out.
Academic probation, because they are being placed in universities that they are not ready for. They are not cut out for that just yet. And it even just makes sense if you look at how much they have to achieve in order to get there. Asian students on average have to score 450 points.
All right, what is this? Student who self-identifies as Asian will need 140 SAT points higher than whites, 320 SAT points higher than Hispanics, and 450 SAT points higher than African Americans. National Study of College Experience. Well, I don't know enough about that, honestly.
Higher than a black student in order to
make a comment on it.
So if you think of the universities that have courses, et cetera, that grade on a curve, you can only have so many people with an A, so many people with a B, etc. So that means that the bottom percentile is going to fail. Who is most likely, just based on logic, going to be the ones failing? It's going to be the people who didn't have the credentials to get there in the first place. And then I have
Black Harvard and Princeton students graduated higher rates than classmates overall, equally at Yale. Yeah, I don't know anything about that either. I'd have to look into it.
I want to get you on that point, because I would posit that the people who are least likely to have good outcomes in an academic setting are those who have to work 2 jobs, are those who have to drive there from home because they can't afford a dorm, are those who have to go into crippling financial debt. These are and have other stresses in their life. They can't afford a doctor, they can't afford a dentist, they can't afford anything.
I had to do
so
that too, though.
Those are the
That's
people.
not just black people. It's not just.
But it's overwhelming.
And that's the liberal, by the way. That's the other fucking liberal chiming in there. She's like, well, I had to go through that.
To have to go into crippling financial debt. These are and have other stresses in their life. They can't afford a doctor, they can't afford a dentist, they can't afford anything.
I had to do
so
that too, though.
Those are the
That's
people.
not just black people. It's not just.
But it's
If we're looking at
overwhelmingly.
straight numbers, there are more white people in poverty than black people.
If you look at the raw numbers, but if you
I don't know,
actually
what are the
understand
wrong
what you're talking
numbers?
about.
No
The
numbers.
issue is
If you look-
poverty in general, though.
If you look at the raw numbers, but if you act, no. There's way more white people than black people. So yeah, of course there are more white people in poverty. It'd be very concerning if there weren't. Just like on raw numbers, obviously. But like the percentages, I don't have to explain this to you guys. Hopefully you're smart enough for this.
I don't think it's like who's in poverty.
This kid's
it's like,
18, by the way. He was like the youngest one there. And God willing, he'll grow out of this. But I don't see that happening because he's got a good thing going and he's not going to give that up. He is young, fresh meat, unfortunately. And conservatives love that shit. And he's black to boot. So of course, they are going to groom him into the ultimate token black guy. Okay? That's just how this works.
Poverty sucks.
Maybe we should make college
isn't it?
free, and maybe we want to have affirmative action wouldn't be that necessary.
And it'll get even more ghetto.
If you have a program that says if you are under a certain income level, this is how we'll help you, that will overwhelmingly help black people at a far greater percentage than it will help white people.
True.
Trump
Yeah, that's kind of my take on so that's how I look at like reparations too. Is like you can't really do reparations anymore just based purely on skin color. If you do it based on income level, then you're going to incidentally help black people far more just by virtue of the fact that black people are there are far more black people percentage-wise who are impoverished, right? So if you do it based on income, by default, that's already just going to benefit black people far more.
It's Black Lives.
Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no. I was really hoping they took this question out. I went to sit down for this. Okay, well, I won't preface it. We'll just watch it. We'll just watch it. No. Don't do it, man. Don't do it, man. No.
I think that President Trump supports.
Oh, thank God. Okay. Oh, man. I think they took out my Trump impression. I think they took it out. We'll see.
Lives. I think that he looks at all American citizens as equal.
Okay, so I went to sit down and I immediately did a Trump impression. I'm hoping that they took it out.
Don't see him doing anything that would make you feel like he does not support Black Lives. That's of course going to lead into the conversation of Black Lives Matter, which was a movement and an organization with so much corruption. Donald Trump not supporting that organization doesn't mean that he doesn't support Black lives. It just means that he doesn't support the fraudulent organization that's stealing so much money from so many people to do absolutely nothing with it, nor does he support a destructive movement that is destroying cities, communities, lives, etc. So I don't see why someone would think that President Trump doesn't support Black lives.
I've heard him say,
No, don't do this to me. No. Oh God. It's gonna be so bad. Oh God. Okay, just play it. Just
he
do
knows
it.
all the best black
No!
people. He has all the best black friends. I do support black people all the time. Sorry, that was a very bad impression, but
Okay, it wasn't that
I don't
bad.
think
Okay, it wasn't that bad. I think that it was. I think I was overreacting.
Donald Trump wants bad things to happen to black people. So in that respect, I think he does support Black lives, but the other side of that
It wasn't
is
as okay. That was not as bad as I remember.
doing anything. He didn't do anything as president, certainly, to uplift black people.
The economy affects Black people.
Yeah, I certainly disagree with that point. One of the
Okay, so I I think later on, I take back the fact that I sat down because somebody brings up a very good point about like shit that Trump does. You got him to laugh? Yeah, that's fair.
Biggest things I
What does he do for the
supported
economy?
personally. Well, yeah. We don't. We'll get into that one later. One of the biggest things he did is he secured permanent funding for HBCUs, one of the largest increases we ever saw for HBCUs, personally done by his administration, among many other things.
You got
the
him
First
to laugh,
Step
that's
Act,
true.
which there's a lot of debate about whether it was really the best thing to do, but that was definitely a kiss of love to the black race.
A kiss of love. Come here, black people. Let me give you a little kiss. Let me give you a kiss on your little cheeks, you little black people. Oh, come here. Daddy Trump's got a kiss for you. A kiss of love to the black community, everyone.
Freeing
Thanks.
Alice Johnson for menial
You were
drug crimes
struck
she
by an
committed in the
autism?
past that had her locked
That's
up.
true.
She
That's pretty
did not
true.
get to see her family for years.
Yeah, but that's not like, okay, I did say I agree, but I agree in the sense that Donald Trump doesn't literally want bad things to happen to black people, like I think a lot of conservatives do. So I think that he just says the most, yeah, I do think that.
Look at his face. He's like, what?
Want bad things to happen to black people, like I think a lot of conservatives do. So I think
Say
that he
what?
just says the
That is a great face. Oh my God. That should be an emote.
yeah, I do think that. I think he says the things that will get him elected. So I don't think that he has any personal grudges against most people. He just
This
says
is
the
great.
most popular thing. So I think like Ron DeSantis would be somebody that I think actually wants black people to be hurt. So by that standard, yeah, Donald Trump supports Black lives by leaps and bounds.
You think Donald Trump says the most popular
Okay, that was a solid answer. Okay. I did better than I even remember. Okay, good.
thing?
Yeah.
Really?
Yes.
Then why do so many people hate him?
He got elected as president.
Yes, he did.
Yeah.
He didn't win the popular vote. Neither time.
That's a liberal
That's what your
talking
side
point.
loves to say.
That's
Yeah.
a liberal talking
I'm
point.
helping you here. I'm trying to see the logic in this. Obviously, he says things to be elected as a politician very similarly to how Joe Biden did, except Joe Biden actually has a history of racism.
If he said things that people didn't like, he wouldn't have been our president.
So you like everything that Donald Trump says? You think everything he says is popular?
I love a lot of the things he says. I think he's hilarious. When he said big water, that was one of my favorite quotes. Big water.
Water.
Yes.
Big water.
Oh my God, they did a cutaway for me. They're so nice. I love Jubilee.
Ocean water.
He has the funniest one-liners, so I love a lot of the things he says. As far as policy, he sucks, but
I'm just shocked you're wearing a Hunter Biden hat. He likes a different kind of
Dude, that's
one-line.
great.
I know conservatives love talking about his.
No, Coke. It's different. Coke, not.
Damn, I can't believe they kept that in. We went back and forth about Marjorie Taylor Greene for a little bit, which to his credit, he did say, I don't know what's going on with that lady. But yeah, I was like, yeah, conservatives can't shut up about Hunter Biden's cock. I'm very glad that they kept that in where he addressed the hat because it's so obvious that triggered him. You know what I mean? It also triggered my dad. I sent my dad the picture of me wearing that hat and I called him after this shoot was over and he was drinking a little bit. So he was like a little tipsy when I called him. And he's like, son, you shouldn't be wearing that Hunter Biden hat. I'm like, Dad, it's just a joke. He's like, no, son, it's not a joke. Hunter Biden is a international criminal. And I'm like, oh God, please, Dad, please stop. I was like, I was just trying to call you to tell you how it went, man. I love my dad, but man, he's got some ideas.
Trump is less of the issue and more so the people that support him, like Die Hard. They facilitate that kind of like hate, I think, for a lot of people, not just black people, but like.
I mean, this man took out like a full page in a newspaper calling for the public execution of 5 black kids, his hotels, all of his businesses, house.
Yeah, when this guy started talking, I was like, you know what? You're spitting straight facts, and I probably should not have sat down.
Rampant history of denying black people apartments or whatever. So
I forgot about that. I should not have stepped forward.
Look, I mean, Donald Trump cares about Donald Trump. So I don't think he really cares about anyone, I guess, unless you're like super rich or whatever.
When you look at his history on racial issues, whether it's the shithole countries comment, the plethora of comments he made about Mexican people, just the comments he's made about Muslims, the idea that Trump cares at all about some particular racial minority, I think is a little bit silly. I think Trump will say whatever he needs to say to rile up his base and to get elected.
I don't necessarily think those statements come from a place of hatred. I don't think he was ever saying specifically, oh, if you pray 5 times a day towards the east or towards Mega based on wherever you are, you're a bad person. I think he was saying if you like to fly planes into towers or behead people or throw people off of buildings, maybe you're not the most virtuous person out there.
I supported Trump because
I didn't really respond much after this just because I'd already had a lot to say when I first stepped forward. But no, Trump was very blatantly Islamophobic. He like wanted, and he wasn't personally Islamophobic. He just like saw the direction that the party was swinging. Because like his Islamophobia has definitely calmed down because the general populace is no longer as Islamophobic as they currently are transphobic, right? While he was an Islamophobe, he was a big LGBT guy. He was, we love the LGBT community. And I'm so proud that everyone here clapped at that, right? But now, like, he's fervently against trans people because he knows the direction that the country's headed, okay? Or he knows where the popular talking points are, I should say. Why apply policy to an entire group of people? What do you mean? Oh, like about... Because he has no values. His values are Trump first and... That's it. Like, Trump, he's an attention whore. He does the attention whore thing better than Elon Musk does. Okay, let's just put it that way. He's like Elon Musk light, kind of. He's like a different flavor of Elon Musk.
He made the economy good, and so the economy then impacted black people.
He did do the things that make the economy go line go up.
White people, Latino people.
He made the economy good,
everybody.
baby.
But Trump, he didn't think specifically, I don't think, about black people. He thought about himself, and he thought about how can I make America great for me, and making and I thought, you know what, I'm gonna go with this guy, and the reason I'm gonna go with this guy is because if he can make America great and he can make that it rise for everybody, I'm gonna benefit from that. So
she's not entirely wrong when she's like, yeah, Trump was like, how can I make America great for myself? Unfortunately, she's caught up in this idea that he meant like that would have helped her as well, unless she's literally rich, which she could be. I don't know where any of these people come from, so.
That's why I went, and that's why I voted for him. That's why I supported him.
How does that specifically benefit black people? Again, he's a businessman, but he's also a racist businessman, like well documented so. So like,
and Biden's not. Biden's
in response to the Muslim ban, the young dude was, oh, I see what you're saying. Okay. Yeah, no, that's the thing, right? Is they'll say, okay, so no transgenders are allowed in women's sports. And it's like, okay, why? And then they'll answer, well, their testosterone levels are too high and their muscle tone is this and that. And it's like, okay, well, why don't you ban people based on those features then and not like whether they're trans or not? And then the response always like, but it happens more often when you're a trans person. And it's like, okay, well, you're clearly not consistent in this value. You just want to diminish and demoralize a minority population is what it seems like. And then shroud it in
he created
like
a crime bill. So
reasonable
that's
policy.
That's regardless of the
Well,
point.
address the Central Park 5. That's what you brought up, right? How do you feel about that?
Well,
he took that full
actually,
page out
okay,
after they were
so
exonerated.
I haven't
He wanted them
dealt-
to be killed,
Well,
executed, just because they were black.
That story.
And he bars people from
Yeah,
attending
me stepping forward was out of ignorance to some of this stuff or just forgetting it.
his businesses or like renting apartments from all his like stupid
I do think I
Trump
made a good
towers.
defense, though.
I think Trump at that point was, like many people in this room, particularly liberals, a victim of the media. I think he was scared. I think he was ashamed of the things that he heard in the news and wanted to
Yeah,
take
that's a great point, man. Like, who's the economy good for right now? Like, if he made the economy so good, why is it currently... Isn't it? Wait, it's getting better right now, right? Under Biden? Like with all the labor union action stuff. But like when Biden took office, the economy was in the shitter. Granted, it was in the midst of COVID, to be fair. But it's not like it was like doing so great right before COVID either, right? I'd have to look into it.
action himself as a businessman.
Of course, the woman absolutely has Fox News on blast 24/7. I know the type.
Tantalizing him.
I don't like
exudes
also
it.
real quick because people keep bringing up this.
Oh yeah, no, I want to rewind a little bit.
Scared. I think he was ashamed of the things that he heard in the news and wanted to take action himself as a businessman, not as a
Why
racist.
are you infantilizing him?
I don't like also real quick because people keep bringing up this.
They literally are like half the time they were just infantilizing and apologizing for Trump.
Comparison to the 93 crime bill from Biden. That crime bill, this was at the height of like violent crime and the crack epidemic in the United States. The Congressional Black Caucus supported that crime bill. Everybody in the United States supported that crime bill. The idea that that crime bill was like some racist piece of legislation that Biden was just wheeling out because he hates black people, and that's somehow comparable to the Donald Trump's treatment of the Central Park 5 that were already exonerated.
Joe Biden is a different person than he was. But like, if he were a conservative back then, they would have absolutely sat here and defended his crime bill. You know what I mean? But instead, they're sitting here saying, "No, Biden did it, so it's bad." And it's like they can't just objectively look at the thing that he did. It's like Trump is he was a terrible president, he's a terrible person, right? But he did a couple good things. And I'm willing to acknowledge those good things. Am I a Vosh fan? Isn't that the horse fucker or something? I don't know. But he did some good things. For instance, he sent out $2,000 to all Americans, basically, right? I got a fucking $2,000 check with Trump's signature on it. That is a good thing that he did. Now, granted, I know that while it happened under his administration, I do believe he fought against it. But if you're going to credit where credit's due, it did happen, okay? And it had his name on it. That was a good thing that he did. I'm willing to acknowledge that. I want more of that. Conservatives don't. If Joe Biden started sending that money out, they'd all be shrieking, what about inflation? What about tax dollars and just national debt? It's like, okay, well, you just don't have any values. What were Trump's good things? That was really the only thing that I can think of. He probably had one or two other good things that he did, but I don't know. Way more bad things. I know that he literally banned trans people from the military. I'd have to go back and look at everything that he did that was shitty. He talked about Muslims and Mexicans, just like his public image was very bad too. He had a very racist public image against Mexicans and, or I should say Hispanic people and Muslims in particular.
That wasn't a victim of the media. The media said they were done. They were exonerated in court. They weren't there.
As I understand it, the prosecutor...
Oh, no. The guy the other guy in the one-piece shirt was a leftist, okay? He was very clearly a leftist. He just didn't talk a whole lot. He was very nervous.
Of the five, he was a black guy. And so in being a black guy, he went and he looked at all the evidence and said, these guys are guilty.
Black people can also be racist against other black people.
Or just make mistakes.
So if anybody does anything you disagree with in regards to the Central Park Five, even if they themselves are a black person, then they're just a self-loathing black person, they're just a racist black person.
If they disagree with me, they're racist.
That prosecutor was doing his job.
That's my policy. If they disagree with me, they're racist.
I like that. I think Trump has shown a history.
That's right, baby. Anyone who disagrees with me is a racist. End of story. Period.
At best and racist at worst behavior. I didn't vote for him or Hillary because I just don't see him as a conservative hero. I don't even think he's a conservative.
Fake
personally.
conservative. I voted Trump in 2016, just so you all know. So I'm just saying.
So I need to expound. I need
That's
to
true.
Elaborate on if people disagree with you, they're racist.
Yes.
Just in general.
I was just kidding.
He's just, yeah.
You never know.
Just like
One
the
of those
hat.
kind of moments.
Sorry if I triggered you. I'm sorry.
You made a point.
Yes,
you
they
made
kept
a
it
point,
in.
a couple minutes back where you said,
Yes. Okay. We're doing good. Yes. We're halfway through, boys. We're at about the halfway point, and so far, I think I did pretty fucking good. I think I did pretty goddamn good so far. Let's keep going.
he just kind of says these things to rile up his base. Why does he need to do that at the expense of black people then?
He doesn't do that at the end.
Why though?
I am
Why
a
what?
member of his base, and I'm sitting there like, oh man, this is amazing. And I don't know, you can call me self-loathing, you can call me self-hating,
so you're
you can call
saying
me
calling
racist.
for the public execution of 5 black men that were exonerated to
When
rile
has he
up
done
his
that
base?
during the campaign trail? He didn't do that when he was a politician.
Well,
He did that when
again,
he was a scared
it's everything.
businessman in New York.
It's
feeling
everything
bad.
Steve said about the comments about Muslims, the comments about Mexican
thank you.
immigrants. Why does he
never
need,
about Mexican immigrants, never about Muslims, about terrorists and about criminals and rapists.
To clarify, I do watch Vosh. I love that guy, okay? To whoever asked.
Very important delineations to make, and if you believe
I
that
think
what
you
you fed the media
understand,
about,
or
oh, it's all
I think
Mexican immigrants, I think it's more of you being, oh man.
Will you later upload this live? Can't you just rewind it? I mean, it's going to be available in my live stream playlist. You can just go back and watch it.
Oh, these poor Mexicans, they need to be supported. It's more of that savior complex. Wow,
What was
we're
the
back
rationale
again.
behind axing or trying to axe DACA? Were these people were registered with the federal government?
Oh, I think they took out the question about the savior complex. I had a pretty boss answer in that one too, but I'll tell you later.
They were in school. They were
I
doing
remember.
everything that they needed to do. They had no home elsewhere. They were brought into this country as minors. Like, what's the explanation for
I
that?
think
Like,
that requires more nuance. Like I mentioned before, I
They
think there were
already
some
paid for their
people.
education.
I think
Why
there
would
were
you
some
wanna kick
people
them out?
feeding him bad policy advice, thinking, "Oh, this will be really good for your
They're
base."
still look, he's infantilizing Trump. I don't know if it was earlier in the conversation or after this. They start accusing me and the other liberals of infantilizing like rioters and looters, right? And he's sitting here saying the president of the United States was being fed bad information and that's why he made the bad decisions he did, right? No, that's not infantilizing at all. Sure.
and he's doing a lot as a
Just
president.
That's
infantilizing
okay.
him.
That's okay if we feel that way. But
So,
at the end of the-
if I take responsibility for something, if I say he has responsibility for something, well then you're right. But if I'm saying, well, maybe there's some people around him advising him falsely,
Dude,
it's infantilizing.
He
him.
was the president.
There's no good way.
He
to
called the shots.
But if someone was
What are
advising-
you talking about?
only path forward to solving
True.
illegal immigration starts
Get
with
him.
amnesty
I
for
love this
immigration.
guy. Who is this
The
guy?
reality is there's some 10 to 15 million illegal immigrants here. We're not deporting them all.
With the people who are already here, that's a lot more of a messy, nuanced conversation. But as far as people coming in, I do think we need stronger borders and actual like vetting happening.
And I just want to say, in Ronald Reagan's day, he was given the promise. He said, look, if you go ahead and you pass this particular bill, we'll give these people amnesty and we're done. And it didn't happen. We didn't.
You guys want to know a secret? I know this is random. Let me go back a little bit. So, I look. I don't even look like muscular, like in the way you would think a muscular person looks. I just look round, but like just in the shoulder area. You know what I mean? Like just here. You guys want to know the secret? I brought workout bands with me and did workouts right before I went on. I'm not kidding. That's like I got a pump going. That's how I look the way I did here. Anyway, sorry. Back to the
We
action.
need stronger borders and actual like vetting happening.
And I just want to say, in Ronald Reagan's day, he was given the promise. He said, look, if you go ahead and you
Oh no, they get so mad right here. Just wait.
pass this particular bill, we'll give these people amnesty and we're done. And it didn't happen. We didn't.
They get so pissed. Watch.
Illegal immigration continued even after Reagan already said we will give these people amnesty. So that's why we get a burr up our butt, because he had already done it.
Hopefully the devil's giving him amnesty.
Yes!
True.
King shit.
That's terrible.
No, that's base. Thank you.
Tasteless.
Wow.
Ninth circle, baby.
Yes! Oh! Good shit.
Have changed from the
Ninth circle, baby. Let's go. Get it, Reagan.
I grew up in a conservative household, actually, in Ohio. And my parents were always pretty political, so I always stayed political. I was very religious as a teenager. Sometime during college and then afterwards, especially during COVID, my sister actually
like a documentary
indoctrinated me into
about
a
me.
more leftist position. And I overcorrected a little bit. I started becoming pretty cringy as far as like, sit down and let the minorities all talk, right? Don't say anything, don't speak over them, etc. They would, it was like the whole you can't speak over Candace Owens even if she's literally a Nazi kind of thing. So
He's so mad. He's so mad. Ah! He's so mad.
I stand by that. So yeah, I kind of leveled out thankfully, and I'm less cringe now.
Did you? Are you?
I cringed.
This is leveled out. Imagine if we would have been here a year ago.
You can, I mean, maybe I am being cringe. Who cares?
True.
So I
wish I still had that energy. All last night I was like, oh God, I'm gonna be cringe. No! My life's over. I'm gonna be cringe. Anyway, I think I wish I had said, I wish instead I had been like, I really don't care what you think I am. I wish I had I wish I had backfired, you know what I mean?
grew up conservative, but I
The
did
eye
have
roll.
more left-wing
They're
ideas
so
about
pissed.
like Black Lives Matter and critical race theory, and I was watching a lot of YouTube.
You know, I take it back. Maybe I am who cares. Solid answer. Solid Giga Chat answer.
And,
I'm proud of
I
that.
did agree that Black people were oppressed and all of these different things, and that we were kind of got the short end of the stick. And during 2020, when there was
They really had
everything
to shave
crazy
this
was
down.
happening, and I started organizing rallies against the mandates because I thought that they were just totally unconstitutional.
Destiny was fine there. He did mention like if this is you being less extreme, imagine a year ago. And I was like, yeah, no, that's fair. I'm pretty extreme leftist. I'm not gonna, I'm not gonna back off of that, but I don't really care about the label. I believe in things that are good, and that's it. Don't kill the part of you that's cringe, kill the part of you that cringes. I need a shirt or a hat of that.
And then George Floyd dies, and initially
that
I
quote.
was like enraged like everybody else, and then it started to
Initially I acted normal about it, and I was like, yeah, maybe the police shouldn't kill people who are overdosing on fentanyl. Maybe that would be a good thing to do. Or a good thing to stop. But then I was like, no, actually, I'm going to be a bad person.
I'm this weird, like, political
Destiny
like
looks like a little
agenda
boy.
masquerading or behind his
Everyone there looks like a child except for me, all right? The only Giga Chad in the room.
face. Like, it just, the face of what was actually happening started to peel off, and I was like, oh. I mean, I would counter-protest BLM activists at my town square when I lived in Texas, and they were some of the most just bitter, vile, horrible people you could ever meet. Meanwhile, like, the Confederate group that would
Literally just like, oh, they were nice to me. I love this. This is the new line, right? Like, anyone who's nice to me, I will abandon all of my morals and ethical principles and join you. Oh, you gave me a cookie. Now I will do now I'll do World War III for you. Right?
protest there against them also.
I'll do
they were like the
Holocaust
nicest
too.
people ever to me, ironically.
I grew up in a Democratic.
It's baby brain. It's such baby brain bullshit. And I wish that I had called that out. But during this period, like during this prompt, we were all kind of just letting people speak. And they even chimed in and they were like, hey guys, you know, this is a conversation. And we were all like, well, we're supposed to be giving our backgrounds. I really wish that I chimed in and been like, that's very baby brain shit. Okay. That's such infantile shit. Like just abandoning all your fucking moral principles because somebody on the opposing political aisle, side of the political aisle was nice to you. Okay. I really wish I had gone balls to the walls on that.
Not a Democratic
That would've
household, but
bit.
kind of apolitical, but everybody was Democrat. And then I got a job. And when I got a
True,
job and I
Apache.
saw all the taxes come out and I started looking to the left and to the right and going, oh, my money's whittling away over here.
Oh, this was so irritating right here. I bring this up later. I don't know if they would have kept it in, but she starts talking about her fucking taxes. Do you know what I was doing in 2020 for my first real big boy job? I was a nursing home nurse during the fucking COVID pandemic. The last thing that was on my mind was taxes. You bitch.
And I said, you know what? After Reagan, I'm just going to go ahead and declare myself a Republican, and I've been a Republican ever since.
My mom is pretty liberal. She married my stepdad when I was like 15, 16 in high school, and he's super conservative, like loved Trump, diehard Trump fan. And they had a lot of like back and forth, hearing the two sides, like people who are on such polar opposites just like argue all the time about stuff, seeing that there's a lot of similarities in both sides, like the far radical left and the far radical right. They have a lot of similarities. They just don't want to come and like see it.
I started off actually kind of similar to you.
There
I
you
went
go,
to a
Dubsy.
Jesuit high school. I grew up very conservative. My mom is
Actually, Destiny and I had quite a bit in common because we both grew up conservatives, and then also we went to a Jesuit institution, which is interesting.
And so ride or die Bush supporter, who is now a ride or die Trump supporter. I think the point in my life when I was the most like libertarian was probably the lowest point in my life financially. And I think it's because something that conservatives do really well is they make you feel like you can always like succeed as long as you work hard enough. And that's something that progressives and liberals suck at. That you're a victim of systemic racism, you're black so you're going to be discriminated against, you're a woman so nobody's going to care about your feelings.
No, I agreed with like 95% of Destiny here. Just came from the original Jubilee video, saw the other YouTube channel, thought you did great, instantly subscribed. Thank you so much, Candy Peel, and welcome to the community. By the way, anybody who's new here, let me link a Discord for you real quick. It's also in the description, but I'll link it just for you guys because I love you in the chat. And you guys can join the Discord, please. I would very much love to have you there. All right, anyway.
Et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Whereas Republicans will tell you, listen, if you work hard, you can do whatever you want, like just as long as you're willing to put in the work. And I felt that way up to the moment where I was losing my house, where I had an ex-girlfriend that was pregnant, where I had been fired from my previous job.
I know Jubilee's enlightened centrism doesn't attract people who agree with you, but the comments clown on you for no reason. Any clue why? It's because YouTube has a very strong conservative pull, like especially when it comes to centrism. Conservatives love conflict, okay? So anytime there's like a conservative owning a liberal or like a conservative arguing with a liberal, conservatives are going to overwhelm the comments with just shitting on whoever the liberal is. That's how it always goes. So I'm sure there will be no shortage of that. I did make everything private on my Facebook just before the video released, just in case, because I'd rather these heathens not have access to certain information.
There was a whole bunch of horrible stuff going on in my life, and I very, very luckily got into online content creation. And from there, as I started to make more money, I started to pay more taxes. When I get older and I look at taxes that come out of my paycheck, I I mean, I care a little bit, but it was just so funny to me that back when I was making 15, 20,000 a year, I'm like, I gotta vote for the lower tax bracket, blah, blah, blah. Like, I'm barely paying any taxes anyways. And now that I'm older, like if the government wants to take, a few, 10, 20, whatever, how many more $1,000 out.
You just said you worked hard.
I did, but I got very, very, very lucky doing so. Very lucky.
Do you think it's just luck?
It's not just luck, but the difference is that born into a wealthier family, you can make so many more mistakes in life. And when you're born poor, you get like 1 or 2 before your life is over. And that's really sad to me.
Yeah, so I used to be a liberal. I voted for Bernie Sanders in 2016 as my...
These comments about Destiny are the best. I was cheating a little bit. We're supposed to wait till the end, but these fucking comments about Destiny are killing me. Finally, Jubilee finally made it. A video where an absolute middle ground was reached. Everyone's middle ground is agreeing that Destiny is in fact a woman's name. So true, bestie.
Much as I regret that now. My family was pretty left
Got any
wing.
death
Some of the
threats?
people in
Not
my
that I've
family were,
seen.
radically left.
We'll see.
Would refer to white people as blue-eyed.
I think I've gotten ever like 1 death threat. Ever. And that's how I knew that I made it. That's how I knew that I had the stuff to be a social media influencer.
Redheaded devils, things of that nature.
It
And
was
as
a
I got
big moment for
I
me.
actually started being really outspoken for BLM. I was supposed to be on a reality show teaching people how to be a BLM activist. At the time, I did a deep dive on BLM.
But then he decided that didn't make him enough money. He was offered a much higher paycheck from to grift for conservatives.
I started to realize all of these lies.
Just
so
the
then I took a
usual
step
ones.
Back. I'm like, okay, what
Yeah,
else am I-
Dubsy screams at me from the basement. Tells me they'll kill me if I don't get them out of the chains, and I yell back, "Listen, you will have your pittance. Finish my content, you slave." Anyway.
Am I being lied to about? And I started looking at the Democratic Party and questioning my own loyalty to being on the left.
For those who don't know, Dubsy's my editor, and Dubsy also has a YouTube channel. So click on their icon and go subscribe to them. Thank you. Dubsy's
I
great.
personally think both sides tend to
It
be
is me.
racist
It's
in
me.
different
Whoa.
ways.
Wait. Hold
I
on.
don't
You're right. That's me. I didn't even realize. Thank you.
think the government is on the side of the people in general, and that's just me being, a radical.
When I was young, I used to jump
Hold
for
on.
joy and say,
I want
"Oh,
to see what she said real quick.
To be racist in different ways. I don't think the government is on the
Yeah,
side.
this both sides shit. Conservatives love this, okay? That's how they launder all their views. They're like, well, I'm not a conservative. I don't like labels, which, to be fair, I also say I don't like labels. But the way that they use it is very malicious because they that's how they launder all their ideals. Well, I'm not a conservative. I'm not racist. But, like, wouldn't it be better if, like, we were just all white people here and brown people in Mexico? Why can't we just have that? I'm not conservative or racist in any way. I'm just saying, guys. Come on, guys. It's like that's how they do it. Yeah. Go. Dubsy needs love. Go give Dubsy some love. We love Dubsy.
Of the people in general, and that's just me being, a radical.
When I was young, I used to jump for joy and say, "Oh yeah, Obama, black president, that's so amazing. He's the same
I don't know why I decided to cross my leg like this, but I think it's alpha.
color as me." But when I started to do more research, one of the biggest things I was confused about is, well, why is he a Democrat? What is a Democrat? I did more research about the Democrat Party, and sure, you guys are going to pop
here
off
we
about
go.
the head saying, oh, there's a party switch in the Southern strategy and all these things.
Which is true.
Which you may say is true. I don't believe it is true at all.
You're
I
wrong.
understand, you may think I'm wrong.
Yeah, you're wrong.
However, one of the biggest questions I had was,
Which
why
is
is
true.
Obama in the same
You're
party
wrong.
as the people that started the KKK, the same people that voted against the Civil
Thank
Rights
you for
Act,
being
the
here,
same
Candy
people that are
Pill.
on the news talking about how black people
It's
aren't
a
able
lovely
to
name.
accomplish anything and need to be on welfare and need to be promoted with affirmative action and things of that nature.
I also, in terms of, I guess, of my political journey,
This was towards the end of our recording session, and I was so fucking tired, dude. I was like so ready to go.
I was raised conservative, actually.
Look at that, man. Wow. So much for a good old-fashioned conservative family values upbringing. Look at all these leftist heathens here who were all raised by conservatives. 3 out of the 4 of us were raised conservative. What the fuck happened, man? What happened? What happened? Doesn't make any sense.
Then high school became, I guess, sort of apolitical. And then throughout college and I guess just throughout my life since then, I think I guess you can call me a progressive, you can call me, socialist, whatever you, but I guess that's, in the area of where I fall. You said that you were
Oh, man.
a Bernie fan in 2016 and then you transitioned to being, I guess, more conservative. I guess, I don't know, to me, Bernie Sanders From what he said to what you think now, what was the shift?
For me, it was socialism because back
Look,
then
hey, looks like I'm checking out his shirt.
Think now, what was the
Like, damn, that is a kick-ass shirt. That's a bomb-ass fucking Gear 5 shirt, dude.
shift?
For me, it was socialism because back then I was a very broke college kid.
I think I was
just had
looking
this
at his
mentality that
tattoos.
Everything should be free, and I was feeling a bit entitled, like everything should be handed to me.
Based,
because I was
everything should be
black, 'cause
free.
I was very much in that mentality as I learned more about.
At no point did this motherfucker think, oh yeah, no, I'm black, therefore everything should be handed to me. That's a lie. That's a straight fucking lie through his teeth. No normal person thinks that. You have to be deranged to think that. No. At no point did that thought ever cross his mind. All right? I'm just saying. Absolutely fed to him.
Free markets. As I learned more about capitalism, I started to appreciate that much more.
I spoiled myself on Gear 5. I am currently, I pulled ahead of Katie and I just started watching Dressrosa.
I started to appreciate small business much more, limited government, low regulations. I just started to like that much
Guaranteed he's a small business owner.
more. But I would say just more. When
We
it
never
comes
got
to
into that.
Economics, I don't agree with him.
I should have right there. I should have been like, okay, what's your career? Like, what do you do for a living? You know? And then he would have pulled out, well, as it turns out, I'm a small business owner. Oh, wow. Man, whoa, what a coincidence that you would have gone for the small business owner values and be a small business owner? Wow. Who would have guessed? I love when Jubilee editors just show someone's spine for 20 seconds in a row. Listen, I like it when it's my spine. Okay? Also, damn, I am fucking big. I don't care who you are. I am a big boy. Big boy. Dressrosa's Gear 4. No, I know. I'm saying that I skipped. I spoiled myself on basically everything in One Piece, okay? I never finished Dressrosa. I never finished Wano or anything like that. But, you know, I know enough that I am basically spoiled. It's not a big deal. The experience is what matters. Reparations are necessary. Okay, so this is kind of where I explain. I'll just let myself talk. Sorry.
When we talk about reparations, I think that doing reparations in the way that a lot of people think of it, where we just give it to black people, I'm not an expert on this, but I think it would be more income-based, and that in itself, like I said
They're all
earlier,
judging me. Look at them fucking staring me down with daggers, dude. Daggers! 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 They fucking hate me. Okay.
would
Sorry, I'm hyped.
disproportionately benefit black people.
All this is getting me
because
hyped.
If you recognize that they are disproportionately affected by a systemic injustice, then doing it on like a class level would uplift proportionally more black people than white people or any other race.
Yeah, I think like mostly like black GIs that were left out of like the New Deal, for instance.
I am very menacing.
To be able to come back and as a white American, as a white veteran, to get.
While this is playing, I gotta link this to the. Oh shit! Get off the screen. Please don't dox me. I gotta share this with motherfucking the guy who sold me this hat. I'll let this play though.
Home loan and then build that generational wealth.
I don't think I was doxxed.
Get that as a black American. So
anytime there's a pop up like that with like potentially personal info, I get so nervous. Reparations for the gays. Yes.
I think reparations, I don't care really what form it comes from. I think free healthcare, free college, so that everyone has like an equal opportunity to educate themselves, to build a better lives for themselves. So it's sort of like, and I think Germany is also a perfect model to follow, you know, by issuing, first of all, a formal apology, which we haven't even done that, but also just like donating to like different funds, and you know, just I think a more equitable society striving for that is reparations in and of itself.
I have no problems with reparations if they had happened initially during the like slavery or the civil rights movement or any of that. But to try and do that now logistically just doesn't really make any sense. And like, where would this money come from? Like, we're in so much debt as a nation. Would I get this money?
Bullshit talking point. We didn't get into it. I didn't get into it because I was starting to understand that like they don't want us veering off track too much. So I didn't, you know, call that out. But whenever somebody's like the country's in debt, that's a bullshit talking point. They are bullshitting you. Nobody cares about that. Not really.
money? I'm biracial or triracial. Like, do mixed people get it? And like, do Irish people get reparations?
And
like,
I did address that, by the way, what she's saying.
they were indentured servants.
I think for reparations, if you can
I don't
find-
think any of us agreed too much on this.
in specific instances of somebody being like actually deprived of something, whether specific instances of like the 40 acres and a meal process.
Kale Chips, been watching for a while. First time catching a stream. You did well on the convo. First came to your channel from the speeches at the school boards and stuck around from there. Thank you so much for being here. I thought about wearing the shirt that I wore to the to those things. I don't want to milk dead memes. You know what I mean? Like once this Jubilee thing is over and like the, you know, I've kind of collected all of my new viewers and everything, I'm going to have to move on to the next big thing. And I don't want to be stuck on the past. So I decided to just wear my anime shirt. And I think that was a good choice. Anyway, thank you for
So
being
whether
here.
You can find specific entrance cases of like Chinese people building railroads or Irish people or whatever. people
That's
being
good for the
things,
economy,
that's
yeah.
okay. But otherwise, yeah, it's a logistical nightmare. There's no
I
possible
don't know
way
exactly
to
how
do
that
it.
works, but
Yeah,
I'm
America's
sure
unique
you're
because we have
correct.
bent over backwards for decades now, putting minorities in a position of privilege. I feel like we have done so much to give back to the communities that were
Wait. I think I do get a good burn on this guy. I'm going to let it play.
obviously wronged. And I agree with both of you. Like, had this happened a long time ago, I would understand it. If we had specific incidences that we could trace where people were just completely screwed over,
I clowned
I would
on this guy,
respect it.
dude.
But right now, I don't deserve a payment for something my great-great-great-great-grandparents went through, and I don't think that white people are responsible for paying that to me either.
I know we don't want to use the word virtue signaling, but it's sort of like a bribe for a vote in a
So at some point, I don't want to spoil it, but at some point he brings up like homeless veterans, and I kind of clown him on him. I clown on him a little bit. Anyway.
way, at least in my opinion. In states like California, where they've been throwing around the idea of, oh, we want to pay out this much money to every black citizen in there, in this state, it's like, oh, are you serious? Because this is kind of like a joke, in my opinion.
I think that if we impose reparations now, I think it would rip America apart. I think that we're already separated enough as it is, and now you're going to have.
What song am I listening to, chat? In my head, because I'm just like sitting there nodding, like going off the rails on a crazy train. I don't know what song I was thinking of. I think I was though.
People walking around going, "You owe me money. You owe me money. I'm not paying you any money." It would just really rip us apart.
Giving somebody money doesn't mean anything if they don't know what to do with the money or how to handle the money. So
You know what it was? I was listening to the ukulele apology song. Toxic gossip train. That's what it was.
Primary issue in black culture or with black people is generational trauma, then maybe they need more therapy than they need money, honestly.
Which conservatives are also against.
Well, that's kind of
true. Yes, true. Dude, that's the truest thing I've heard all day. This guy's on point. Who is this guy?
my argument. Like, if there is like that, like generational trauma or whatever, like I think examples of like free healthcare, they could see a therapist and not
These little
be,
jabs are
fall
great.
into debt. And I think the argument of like the logistical.
I think in a format like this, the little jabs make this content. You know what I mean? They make me the star of the show. I think that I played that. I didn't do it like. I didn't completely plan that out. I was kind of going in thinking I'd be like the cool guy, you know, kind of laid back. But I think the way that I did this was way better.
Nightmares of it. I think
I'm very
if we
proud
want
of
to
it.
pay for something in this country, we usually find a way.
He's so based.
to do
OMG.
it,
Who is
especially
this
when it comes
guy?
to the military. So, I mean, we pay for multi-billion-dollar
It's
jets
not
all
the
the
dollars,
time.
it's who's supposed to get them.
Not to attack progressives, but that is like the most progressive.
But I'm going to attack progressives.
Idea in the world is like I can see the headlines like reparations voted on in Congress to be paid in the form of free therapy for people in the hood. That just sounds like the funniest thing in the world. But
Well, I also don't
Yeah.
think it's gonna come directly from like, you know, white person to black person. Like, oh, your lineage affected his lineage.
It is though. Like in San Francisco, they were going to raise the average family, or the average household in San Francisco was expected to pay $600,000 each with the $5 million per black person proposal that they had. And
I think that's total bullshit. If anybody knows what he's talking about, please give me a source of some kind, because 99 times out of 100, and really like 999 times out of 1,000, anytime a conservative drops a news story like this, or like any kind of statistic or study or anything like that, it's bullshit. They're either lying to you or they're misinterpreting the results. And the best that I can afford them is that they're just like doing it by accident, but they're still wrong and the effect is still the same. So I'm not going to give them that charitability.
I used to
But
live
yeah,
in the San
somebody find
Francisco
that.
Bay Area, and I was repulsed by that because you have so many homeless veterans on the streets, and they were going to give
Yes, here
black
we go.
people a home for as little as $1 just for being black. Mind you, slavery wasn't even in California. So why that was going to be the case, like, I don't understand, but it's extremely unrealistic to think that the average family in San Francisco can afford that.
That's because Newsom wants to get reelected.
Okay, but you don't really care
Precisely.
about homeless veterans, right?
That's just
you
a
don't
laughable
support
idea.
You don't
I
know
feel like
me.
all your arguments
Oh, he's so mad. Ah, I did so good.
are ad hominem.
but you're here
Literally
as a
every
conservative.
single one
But
ad
you're here as a
hominem.
conservative. So
That's not an ad hom. That's not ad hom. You people don't fucking know what ad hom means. That means an insult that replaces the argument. I'm about to get into the argument. Every single thing that I say is not a fucking ad hom. If you would just let me fucking explain it. Okay, anyway.
So what policies do you support for homeless veterans?
There's ways to address, I mean,
Specifically.
for homeless in general,
That's a whole different conversation.
Yeah.
Okay, let's say that we didn't find a middle ground in there.
Yeah, no, sure. Yeah, okay. He couldn't answer, by the way. Couldn't answer it.
All right.
But that's a great ending note.
White liberals have a savior complex.
That was really good, by the way. I think I did a solid job calling that out. Yes, this was the first question they asked us, so I was fresh. Okay, look at this perfect shape, perfect. What like a fucking. Here, hold on. Let me see if I can. Yes. Is that it? No. It's more like. Here. Let me see. Kind of like. Like that. Kind of got that shape going on. You know? Anyway. I love One
Well,
Piece.
I gotta say, this is a shock. I never expected.
Dude, I just started watching this episode and holy, you're a demon. Good job, bro. Thank you, thank you, thank you. That's a great fucking way to describe that. Thank you. I'm very
all four of you
flattered.
to just come forward and admit it, but you know what? I'm happy with these results.
I just think it's.
I love my answer to this, by the way.
I guess people, you know, of the left, whatever, can kind of fall into that trap of thinking that, you know, black people as a monolith need to be saved as like as
This
a
is
whole.
my first
I have no shame
certified.
about it. I have a savior complex as an older brother, and I will save you whether you like it or not. So that's just me.
well, it's definitely not. because
True.
A lot of us are really just exhausted of being viewed as our skin color. Because when you have this mindset that you need to save black people and we're just sitting here minding our own business and living our lives the way we want to, I don't know why it is that people feel this immense pressure to be so apologetic and just always trying to cater and coddle to black
Okay,
people.
wait. Bubbles, thank you. The $5 million was one of over 100 suggestions of what could be done in San Francisco, very much throwing a load of ideas at a wall and seeing what would stick. It would never actually be picked. Oh, yeah, so no, it was just a proposal that like one guy made and everyone was like, no, why would we do that? Yeah, no, that's great. And then they just like picked it up as a fucking news story because that's what the conservatives love to do. What if this whole episode was just marketing for the Netflix One Piece? It's actually marketing for something else. Hold on. It's actually marketing for the Hunter Biden 2024 Etsy store. You can get your Hunter Biden 2024 gear here. You can see they got the Hunter Biden mugs, caps, laptop stickers, towel, socks, mugs, tumblers, etc. Going on and on. Hunter Biden 2024 is all the rage and only 18 sales, which is a travesty. Get this guy some money, okay? Go buy his shit. I will link it again in the YouTube chat. Go get your Hunter Biden 2024 gear now, motherfuckers. Go get it. We got to get the word out, okay? Our man's got to be the next president. All right, going back.
When we just want to be treated like everybody else, we're equal for a reason.
I think especially recently with a lot of riot stuff that's gone on or protest stuff.
The approach you've maintained through the episode is always out of empathy and never out of fear or hatred, which is where a lot of standpoints come from. Thank you. I appreciate that. Hashtag Biden 2024, but not the one you think. Yeah, the one with the nice cock.
what's
Which
going
is
on.
both of
People
them,
on the
but
left tend to
the younger cock.
infantilize a lot of different types of protesters, and especially even talking to, some of the other black content creators I do content with. When you hear a lot of progressives come out and say, well, they don't have a choice but to riot or break into the store, or, well, they're stealing, these electronics or shoes for good reasons, you just don't realize it. I think a lot of people kind of look both ways, and it's a little bit weird that there's such a complex on the left to excuse like every single possible negative behavior from somebody, as long as they're a skin color that you're kind of interested.
I do agree with this point, by the way. He's kind of spitting. That does happen. My problem with him bringing it up is the context. You know what I mean? Like, there's a time and place to talk about that stuff. And I feel like Destiny, like, I agreed with everything that he was saying and none of it was wrong. I think the problem is that he was wasting a lot of breath on, like, punching left, whereas, was this a punch? No, it was more of like a light jab, just like kind of a poke. But this is not the place for that, right? Like, we have 4 conservatives lined up in front of us. We don't need to be talking about, like, the little trifles that make the left bad. They're true. He's right, and I agree with him. Wrong place, wrong time, man, You have to be on the same side as Destiny. No, it's not even that. Like, I didn't disagree. Even in the moment, I wasn't thinking this in the moment. I was just like, oh, yeah, no, that's true, that's true. But now that I'm watching this, I'm like, oh, we sat there for like 3 hours talking to these people, and they're only going to use 45 minutes of our footage. So you need to severely cut out it's the framing, exactly. You need to cut out all this bullshit about what the left does wrong, because we just simply don't have time for that in this format. I would love to do a 3-hour sit down with somebody and debate that shit, okay? I will. I told these people, if any of you want to reach out to me and have like a one-on-one debate, I would love to do that, because I feel like we didn't get into the nitty gritty, right? But yeah. So I would love to sit down and have that discussion, and this is just not the place for it.
Charger protecting.
Right things at the wrong time. Yeah.
Very offensive.
Yeah.
I find
It's
it
really
extremely.
They
It
find
upsets me,
everything
to
so
hear that
offensive. They're
because,
so offended.
we're just like you.
Conservative,
we just
by
have
the way.
A different skin color, and to hear that you have to help me is offensive to me. I can do it on my own.
Well, we have to break down sometimes why these riots happen. MLK once said that riots are the voice of the unheard. So if you are to address the problem and stop the riots, you have to address the underlying inequality that has historically been pervasive. Even if you as individual people are doing fine and you don't want anybody else to get in the way of that, that's cool, and I'm not going to be the one to get in the way. But the disparities are undeniable.
So if you take pride in having like a white savior complex, what is it that you think that you're doing to save black
Notice
people?
what he did there. He inserted the word white. I just said savior complex. I have a general savior complex. You can ask my inner circle of friends, okay? I very much enjoy saving people, okay? It's sometimes it's a problem, but I try to direct it in positive and constructive ways.
And what is it that you think that you're saving black people from?
I am trying to make the world a better place through whatever means I can. And
But you're doing it on the backs of us.
I wouldn't say so.
Yeah, I actually do. I feel like you want to be a savior and you're using me to make yourself feel good. That's what I'm
How
hearing.
am I hurting you?
You're not letting me have my own voice. You're not letting me speak.
How? You're speaking now?
No,
You're cutting her off.
Yeah.
Well, I feel like I have to.
Yeah. Well, what's happening? I mean, you're speaking right now. You're speaking right now in this particular setting.
Mm-hmm.
But what you're saying is, like, you took it back to riots and so forth, and it makes it seem like the only way that we as black people can have a voice is by riots, and then you need to come along and you need to say, okay, poor little black child, let me help you. Let me help you.
Oh, she's so great, and God, No TOS, no TOS, no TOS.
Offensive to me. And I feel like you're making yourself feel good about trying to help us. And
I also think that, like, when we talk about damage, I think especially
oh God, I wish I'd have like cut in better. I should have responded to that.
To a lot of the shoplifting stuff that's going on in certain cities. You get a lot of white people that live in nice suburbs saying things like shoplifting is no big deal, that's fine, and then you'll catch YouTube videos of them later on.
Why did she do the voice? Because she's a fucking grifter. She's one of the good ones, guys. Understand, every single one on the black conservative side is one of the good ones, okay? That's always how that works. So they're always going to kowtow to their fellow, conservatives, be they black, white, whatever, okay? They have to, like, show. Like, I'm not like that. I'm not one of those regular black people. I'm not one of those blacks, okay? I'm one of the good blacks. Like, they have to do that shit.
Why is the deodorant behind a locked case? It's very easy to sit behind a gated community and say, oh, well, you know, it's not a big deal, you know. They steal because they have to. Riots are the language of the unheard. I think people haven't read the full context of that quote. When MLK was saying riots were the language of the unheard.
See, he's still doing it. He's still doing it. Like, he's not even wrong, but he's just being irritating.
You need to address the underlying condition. He wasn't condoning the rioting. He was just understanding it.
Obviously, there are a bunch of white people that feel need.
And I never said that MLK was condoning the rioting, by the way, okay? I didn't say that. I said MLK acknowledged it. And I don't condone the riots either. I said nobody wants riots. Nobody wants looting. Nobody wants their shit stolen or broken, okay? So how do you fix that? It's not by jailing all these motherfuckers, because guess what? Then their kids are going to get mad that their parents got jailed because they don't have fucking rights. And then they're going to riot. It is a never-ending bitch cycle, okay? That's what it is. I don't know why I inserted bitch there, but you get my point.
To be a savior, but
he's
I think there's a
really
difference
trying the
between
centrist
helping
route
and saving. Like, I don't think I would need to save black people, but I would tremendously love to help and make sure everyone has like equal.
The thing is, if you just own the fucking savior complex thing, like, it disarms them. They don't know how to respond to that. Because you could see they just turn into a crying, you're speaking over me. Please, no, stop.
Or not equal outcome, but
it's a good tactic.
Equal opportunity, which, in my opinion, I feel we do not have in this country.
This is awkward. Hi, guys. So I didn't step forward just because I don't want to broad brush all white liberals as having a white savior complex. I have experienced white liberals who do have that. And
are you a poll psyop? I don't think so. The only time I've ever even been on poll is just to, like, see what the deal is there, and I was immediately inundated with, like, Nazi shit. So, you know.
Very unpleasant people. But I don't think every single white person who's a liberal or who is an activist for BLM or any of those things necessarily has a white savior complex. I think that there's a lot of white people who genuinely think that black people are oppressed and they want to help.
It's even worse, Dubsy. I don't know if they'll include this, so I'll wait to say it, but remind me if we get to the end and that doesn't happen. It's like, I talk about my experience in the nursing home because she brought up the fucking taxes. And then her response to that is like, you're speaking over me, sweaty. So, you know.
That's what they're told.
What it seems like to me when most people have savior complex, regardless of whom they're trying to save, it's like they're taking real pain and real trauma and using that as a way to push this political agenda, but also to alleviate.
What political agenda? The one that relieves the pain and the trauma? Oh, heavens forbid, right? That we use the people who are experiencing pain and trauma as the poster children to solve the pain and trauma. Heavens to Betsy, wouldn't that be terrible?
Themselves of whatever guilt that they feel unnecessarily. Like, I don't know why a white person today would feel guilty for things that happened decades ago.
Nobody says that.
Something that happened centuries ago.
I've never seen a white person say, I personally feel guilty for slavery. Maybe they're out there, but I've never heard that.
Yeah, in second grade, when they taught us about slavery, almost every kid in my classroom would spend their entire time looking at black kids in that classroom. How was I supposed to not think, wow, these people are feeling guilty for something that they have no involvement in and I have no involvement in?
Every kid in my classroom understood the context.
People
so.
hate feeling uncomfortable. Obviously, you don't want to feel
See,
like
when they give anecdotes, just fucking make shit up that's exactly the opposite. I don't remember what happened in second grade. We were like shitting our pants or some shit. Like, what do you mean second grade, man? You're like just fresh out of second grade. What are you talking about? What? No, there were no second graders being like, oh man, the black kid in my class, I feel so bad now because I did the slavery to them. That does not happen. They're bullshitting you. They are lying. Lie back. Just lie back. Just say, no, in my second grade class, they all understood the context. We learned about slavery and everything was hunky-dory. So now what? Now what? Now you have nothing.
the bad guy, and so I feel like it comes from a place of like, oh well, like let me make
It's
sure
an
that I'm
anecdote.
different and like I'm showing you that I want to like help you, but it comes across like I think it can land very poorly.
For those who don't know, if you don't take anything else away from this, remember this: conservatives, their best arguments that they tend to have, unless they're like very seasoned debaters, are just anecdotes. It's like, okay, well, here's an example of like how a seatbelt's bad, right? Because I had a buddy of mine, Joe the plumber from down the street, Joe was driving his pickup truck and he put on his seatbelt just like the government told him to. And I tell you what, somebody rear-ended him and it choked him off. And then he got strangled by his goddamn seatbelt. And that's why I'm against seatbelts, brother. I don't want people to be strangled. I am trying to look out for goddamn safety. As far as seatbelts go, they are a government psyop to control you, and they're trying to kill you. Right? To which then my response would be, okay, well, most of the people I know who have been in car accidents were fine because they were wearing their seatbelt. So, you know. And they'll be like, well, so my friend doesn't matter. It doesn't matter that my friend got decapitated. It's like, no, it does matter. It's just like not that likely, okay? We don't legislate on sharks very much, for instance, because like 6 people die of shark attacks per year, okay? So then, like, just because one person died, like, actually, now I'm going to get way into a tangent. I'm going to cut this off before I do. But if you think about it, like, there are only 6 shark attacks a year, right? But it's been so blown out of proportion as to how dangerous sharks are because those are so scary. But that just, like, doesn't happen. You're way more likely to get run over by a fucking boat or something in the ocean. You know what I mean? Anyway, I don't know where I was going with that, but let's keep going. We're almost done.
Almost done. Stop it. Stop it. Because what happens is when you put yourself as the white savior, what you do is you elevate yourself above the black person because you feel then like you have to save us. So just stop it.
This isn't about love. This is just about making the world a fucking better place. This isn't about me personally loving this bitch or this cunt, okay? Like, I don't love these people, all right? Am I allowed to say that word on YouTube? I might not be. But anyway, I don't love them at all, okay? I want the world to be a fucking better place. I have a general love for people, and that's why I want people to not suffer. But, you know, like, anyway.
But just treat everybody regular and normal, just like.
Okay, let me cap that comment off because they always try to paint us as though like we're these bleeding heart fucking liberals, right? Like we have good intentions, but at the end of the day. Sometimes this is how they do it. We have good intentions, but at the end of the day, it's a pipe dream, right? So, that's not the case. We just want things. We just want good things. Like we just want things to be better. It's far enough into the stream that I don't think YouTube will care too much. Okay, good.
Just like I would treat.
If this stream gets demonetized, I don't care that much.
Regular normal. You treat us regular normal rather than trying to save us.
I just got one thing I wanted to bring up earlier about taxes.
Yes, good. So this lady. For context, this lady was talking about how upset she was about the taxes. I'm glad they're doing this.
Because you were saying that you had your job and you were talking about how like you get the tax every time and you're like seeing your tax go up. I worked in nursing homes in 2020 COVID. The last thing that was on my mind when I watched 60 and 70-year-olds on their deathbeds suffocating to death was taxes. I was worried about health care. I didn't give a shit about taxes in that time. So when I go to work every day, that's what I see. That's what I want to fix.
I see you once again elevating yourself above the rest of us.
Bitch, you are a bitch. You are a horrible fucking monster, okay? Fuck off.
And particularly at me, a white man elevating himself above a black person.
He called me a bootlicker. He called me a bootlicker.
Oh no, I triggered them all. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
I'm chilling, buddy.
So what I hope comes out of this conversation is that we're all Americans, and because we're all Americans, we know that America has a bunch of problems, and I think every person here wants to solve the problems, and I think everybody is bringing what they have to the table with their ideas on how to get us to.
See, they always do this. They always like, okay, well, we want horrible things, but then we all want to come together and just come together as America. When we just want to come together as America. But also the Democrats are demons. They're all demons, and they're gonna fucking take your children and trans them. They're gonna force feminize them and inject them with vaccines and hormones. But we all just want to come together, and we all just want to we just want to talk this out. Hash this out. Just like rational adult human beings, like MLK said, like we judge people by the content of their character, not by the color of skin. But Democrats are taking a fucking slave on it. I hate these people.
Unify this kind of stuff, right? But you got something in there. Hopefully, I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt that you have something in there that's redeeming about you, that would bring all of Americans together. So I hope that we end on the note of American.
UNITY.
I would like to say we're all made in the image of God, and so we're all have our inerrant worth just because we're made in His image, and we should treat each other as fellow image bearers, not just by the color of our skin. I mean, as Martin Luther King said.
He also did not like capitalism.
I think something that's really
She's so pissed. Ah, look at her, dude. Look at that. That's like the fucking look. Oh, hold on. Where is it? It's like 1 for 1. Look at this. 1 for 1. That's nuts.
challenging. I've definitely been guilty in the past of throwing around the Uncle Tom word. I used to be hardcore progressive. I'm still relatively progressive. But something that I've learned as time has gone on is being a white person isolates you from a lot of the different types of racial struggles that people go through. And those struggles can take a lot of different forms. Not just, you know, was my ancestor a slave, and not just is my culture bad, but sometimes in the way that, you know, people
They always forget that MLK was a socialist. I'll let this finish and then I'll
develop, right? Like,
get into that.
Am I actually choosing these political beliefs because they mean something to me, or is it because I'm black or my parents are black? If I speak a certain way, am I betraying my race? If I am a political orientation, am I
betraying my race?
And I think that it's important when you're coming from a progressive point of view to understand that even though there are conservatives that are black people, you have to treat them as individuals and not just come at it with this like, you're black, you're a conservative, therefore here's like 6 or 7 different slurs that I can use against you, but they're approved because I happen to be on the progressive side.
Okay. There it was, boys. There you go. That's my Jubilee appearance. I thought that I came off looking pretty damn good. I think I did a pretty damn good job. And I think that those little snide remarks that I make were perfect for this format. If you're going to, like get a point across in a format like this, what I've learned from this experience is those little quips are perfect because you don't have a guarantee that anything that you say is going to be kept in. So if you like get a word in while somebody's kind of on a monologue, you just like throw a little quip in like, okay, but you don't really care about homeless veterans. I think that works very effectively. Okay. I'm going to refresh and we're going to go over. Actually, let me go to the bathroom real quick.
We want you to help us decide.
I'm going to take a quick restroom break. We'll be on the BRB screen. I don't know how to run ads on YouTube and I'm not even going to attempt. So just bear with me for like 3-ish minutes and I will be right back. Can't wait to edit this. Oh, I was just going to leave the live stream up, but you can absolutely edit it if you feel so inclined. Okay, I'll be right back. I'm going to run to the bathroom, and then I'm going to go over some comments, and then I'll decide from there what we do. All right, be right back. All right, we. Okay. Let's chat, guys. Let's chat. Loser? I'm sorry you feel that way. Hold on. I thought I did a really good fucking job. I want to see some of these comments. Okay, so this is, okay, wait, I gotta edit this. I think that's fine. Hello, I just caught up. Excellent. We're going to start looking at comments here. Okay, so I saw this one. Oh yeah, somebody in the chat called me a demon. And honestly, best fucking compliment. They said it in a good way. They themselves were like complimenting me. Best compliment I've gotten for this thus far. Bro, I just got done watching and you were a demon. Oh yeah, also, Dubsy's got a great point. We're gonna plug the Discord again real quick. So go join the Discord if you have not already. You can also find a link in the description of every single YouTube video that we upload. Dubsy is in fact here. Dubsy's my editor. Go follow them as well. Go subscribe to them as well. All right, doom scroll time. Doom scroll. I'm dooming. I'm gonna doom. Let's go. Chandler loves to hear himself speak and thinks he's correct. Which one's Chandler? Who's Chandler again? I need the name. So we got Chandler. Okay, cool. So Chandler's the young guy. I know Xavier was the other black guy. That's me, obviously. It me. And then other names. Destiny, obviously. Okay, Renee. And that's Alaya. What about... Okay, what's this girl's name?
I agree with the...
Love the way you approach it's aggressive but always empathy. Crushed it. Thank you. I think you were the one who gave me that compliment. Thank you very much. They keep showing names, but they're not... Okay, Celine. And then I still need the other white liberal. I love how he just goes by Destiny. Wait, I need her name. What's her name? We'll figure it out. Or, not her. She's Renee, right? We need the white liberal. What's his name? Okay, wait. Here we go, Jacob. Okay. Chat is blocking comments. Oh, we can, There we go. One Piece music is still going. I record my... I mean, there's nothing else playing. If you guys don't want it to play, I can turn it off. But as far as editing goes, it shouldn't... Oh, wait, I'm not recording this. So yeah, you're right. I should turn this off. You're right. I haven't recorded any of those. Check vid description. This one? Nice. I was the only one who linked my YouTube. Renee was the older conservative. What's her name again? I forget already. Alaya? Alaya was the other black girl. And then her name... Oh, fuck. I saw it and I forget. If it comes, you know what? If we see a name we don't know, then we'll go find it. It's fine. All right. Chandler loves to hear himself speak and thinks he's correct no matter what. Hated that guy. Alec is the epitome of Reddit. Oh no! Oh, I think I gotta end stream, boys. That's pretty rough. Alec is there just to just argue for the sake of arguing. Literally a perfect example of someone that can't engage. Arguing is engaging. Sitting there and being like, oh yeah, oh yeah, yeah. That's not engaging. Arguing is engaging, my dude. If I respond to all of these, my inbox is going to be destroyed. Black conservatives versus black communists. They've done black conservatives versus black liberals. I'm glad to see Jubilee is giving black women like Alaya, Renee, and Destiny a platform to voice their opinion. What's this meme? I love this meme. It's hilarious. What is this meme? It's so good. That first dude, giving black people money through welfare harmed the family. 2 seconds later. What money? When did black people get any money? True. You know what? I'm gonna keep the music going. It's quiet. It's too quiet otherwise. People don't argue if they don't have shit to say. Exactly, Dubsy. That comment's definitely from an iFunnier. That makes me feel so much. 4X, you are here specifically to make me feel better. I felt like you were very argumentative for the sake of it and sometimes spoke over people, but maybe it was how it was edited. Thank you for being respectful. Nonetheless, it was a good conversation. I did not go in there to be respectful, okay? I will respect you at face value, but once you start feeding me bullshit, I am going to spit it back out in your face. You understand? I wasn't there to make friends. I wasn't there to find middle ground or compromise. I was there to prove my fucking point. And I'm not trying to be aggressive toward you. I'm trying to make you understand what my mentality was going into this. I wasn't there to be nice. You know, I don't know any of the people in the video, so not a biased position. Gotcha. Well, I appreciate your input. Well, I was being argumentative not just because I wanted to argue. I was being argumentative because I want to make sure people understand these points. You know, when she said, just like Martin Luther King said, judge people by the color of their skin. That's the best quote that conservatives love, because they can take that quote out of context entirely and warp it to shape their own agenda. So I have to then come back and say, no, MLK was objectively against you and everything that you stand for. Don't invoke him in this instance. He is not on your side. He would never be on your side. He would die before he would be on your side, and he did die before ever being on your side on anything ever at all. And now you are using his death to your advantage, and it's sick. It's disgusting. Conservatives love hiding behind people who cannot defend them, who cannot speak for themselves. Love speaking for people who cannot speak for themselves. Martin Luther King, fetuses, right? They love speaking for fetuses. Another group of people who can't speak for themselves. Other dead heroes like the founding fathers, who also were horrible people in their own rights, but not as, you know, if they were alive today, they would line a lot of these conservatives up against a wall and fucking shoot them. I'm not kidding. Like, that is just something that they would do. I'm not saying that because you should do that. I'm not endorsing that, of course. I'm saying that's something that they would do. Weren't we supposed to have a discussion about anarchism at some point, Alec, or is that gray? I don't recall that. It's probably gray that you're thinking of, and fair enough, because we are basically copy-pasted. So, I think from an outsider perspective, it can be hard to agree with someone who seems to be disagreeing with everyone. Olive branches are powerful tools. I get that. The editing did make me come off more aggressive, but I don't mind it. I think that was an honest interpretation of the way I was coming off. And in fact, there were some aggressive jabs that they took out that I wish they'd have kept in. But I was not there to make friends. I was there to make an impression. I was there to get my name out there, and I think I did a good job. You got my sub. Thank you so much, Barely Political. I appreciate your input and your sub. You literally did the same thing you claimed they did when you tried to use MLK's quote to bolster your argument. No, the difference is my quotes that I used, the things that I said, were representative of MLK as a whole, okay? The way that they judge people by the content of their character, etc., is to cut rights for black people. Ask for the uncut footage. I don't think they'll give me that. I could try, but I don't think they would give it to me. It doesn't matter anyway. I think this is fine. Literally was just told at 13 that I was going to essay someone just because I was trans. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So if I come off aggressive, I'm sorry, but it's, you know, the tone's kind of warranted. All right, I'm going to keep going. Black, I already saw that. Glad to see Jubilee, I already saw that. That first dude, I already saw that. Really glad I live in 2023 where Jubilee hosts debates with more substance than major quote news outlets do. Finally, Jubilee made it. Already saw that. They started arguing comedically fast. That's pretty true. More Destiny's a black woman comment. It's starting to get old. It already got old. It was a funny meme at first, and now it's old. So yeah, they try to speak for people who don't speak. Exactly. I think that his approach was necessary because that's how conservatives understand the information. They prefer in-your-face politics and on-your-feet thinking. Like I said, in this format, you can go watch my other debates. I'm way more laid back most of the time. I do get heated sometimes, but my other debates, I think I'm pretty laid back. The reason that I look heated in this is because, first of all, I was. And second of all, the format was such that I could not be laid back. You can't. You don't have time for that shit. You have to get your name out. My first goal going into this was get my name out there. Blast my name, okay? I want people to see me, and I want to be the star of this fucking show, and that's what I did. My other goal, though, was to get my ideas out there, okay? So I effectively communicated what I believe with little quips. I think that I did a great job. Alec is the type of guy to ask a question so he can give his own answer and not listen to the responses. That's pretty true. You know what? That's pretty true. That's a fair and that's a fair point, right? Totally. I get that these subjects make people passionate and they should be, but I cannot stand when people talk over each other. This is all just optic shit. Shut up. Shut the fuck up. Shut up. I will literally, like... I won't say that. It's TOS. Every time Jubilee posts one of these, I'm super excited, but I also give myself a minute for the full body cringe I'm going to suffer. I had to give myself several minutes for that. This was a beautiful video. It really shows how everyone lives on a spectrum. Life itself is a spectrum. Not everyone is fully conservative. Not everyone is fully liberals. Love it. I hate comments like this. You could have just dropped this without ever having watched the video. You can just drop a comment like this and not even know what the content of the video is. I'm going to zoom in. Is that better? Oh, too far. Too far. Too far! No! Okay. Zoom out a little bit. Okay, that's good. That's good. I thought this conversation was great, but it surely would have been at least 10 times better without Alec. Oh, man! See, in the words of conservatives, that's how you know you did something right. When people start pushing back. That's how you know you did something right. It's a common... I'm going to be a little bitch. It's a common conservative, little petty bitch talking point that if people don't like what you're doing, that means you're doing something right. And just to add insult to injury, we'll need a little sunglasses. Oh, it won't work. Oh, there it is. There we go. Perfect. I want to see the replies. Regardless of beliefs, perpetual condescension and provocation in a conversation where no one's done anything wrong is unnecessary, smug, and childish. I think it was a little smug. It was a little smug. I'll give them that, but it was warranted. Because, like, you cannot bring up homeless veterans and not expect me to push back on that. You do not get to hide behind people who are not present in the room and speak about them to hide your fucked up worldview. You cannot do that and not expect me to push back on that, all right? If you think that homeless veterans deserve better, tell me your plan for that. Tell me the what you support as far as that goes, okay? They always divert. Conservatives always divert so that they don't have to own their own views because they know that they're dog shit. Like, oh, we're giving reparations to black people. What about the homeless veterans? Yeah, what about them? What about them? You always make fun of them for shitting on the streets. Well, they don't have a toilet they can shit in. So where do they go? What do we do about them? You only care about them insofar as you can fucking use them as a weapon. All right? It's disgusting. Alec and Chandler, in my opinion. Chandler was very annoying. I didn't find him to be annoying. Hey, there we go. Annoyance has nothing to do with it. You can be annoying and not condescending. The fact is he made plenty of personal attacks. Very defensive. Very defensive? I don't think I was defensive. Maybe at some points, but I thought I was very aggressively offensive. Went out of his way constantly to say provocative things. True. Didn't really try to hear or understand opposing sides. True to an extent, because I've already heard all their talking points, and I don't need to try to consider it. I don't need to sit there and do Sudoku in my head every time somebody says a dumb shit argument that I've heard 3,000 times. I don't have to do that. I've heard it. I've done the calculations. I've run all the numbers. I have the data, okay? The results are in. Conservatives suck, okay? And you're wrong. Again, regardless of beliefs, that's just not someone who's mature enough to even have another conversation in the first place. Definitely not a political one. I don't even think he was annoying. And it doesn't matter what anyone arbitrarily defines as annoying. There's a standard of respect we all recognize, and he didn't meet that. Good. And everyone else on the panel recognized that too if you read the room. Good. No, I'm glad. Good. I'm not there to be respectful. I wasn't there to lick their fucking boots, man. That was the one black guy's job. He had the 6 police officer friends. They never brought that up in the video, but man, that was a good quip. Bro wants to be Ben Shapiro so bad. Oh no! Oh no! You know what? He's right. It's always been my dream to be Ben Shapiro. You mean without Chandler? He was annoying as fuck. I agree Chandler was annoying, but I tried not to give him too much shit because he's like a fetus. He's 18. An adult in name only. I don't understand why being combative is considered bad. It's because people are pussies. They're bitch made. That's why. Conservatives have realized that they're on the losing side, so they're bitching and moaning about how mean the liberals are. They're so mean. They're so mean. Suck it up. Maybe we wouldn't have to be so mean if you didn't suck so hard. Have you ever thought about that? The conservatives be like, here's my misinformed anecdotal, yes, here we go, cherry-picked Tucker Carlson argument, and if you force me to walk through my opinion, I'll just shout you down while speaking as fast as humanly possible. True. True. So true, bestie. Felt like peeling my skin off whenever Alec or Chandler spoke. We're just gonna blow up my inbox. Good. Good. You did great. Just watch. Thank you. Thank you, Em. Guitar Rocker is another editor of mine. She does less work these days, but she's also a very well-renowned YouTube pooper. So definitely go subscribe to her as well. I want to see real quick what this is doing for my numbers. Oh, hold on. When I scroll in and out of one YouTube window, I have to do it for all of them. It sucks. All right, I'm at 1.91k subscribers. I was at 1.89 this morning. Got 29 people watching. That's not too bad. That's not too shabby. Okay, back to the comments. The folks love the these folks love the I have a dream speech, but never once have ever read letters from Birmingham jail. I actually have not either. I honestly, I was scared going into this because I don't do a whole lot of civil rights, like study. You know, I don't know very much about that time period. I know the main talking points, but that's one of my weak areas. I really do need to do more studying on it. That's why, like, I went to sit down when they asked the prompt Trump supports Black lives. Is because I just was not educated on everything that Trump fucking did to fuck over black people. And so I kind of made a fool out of myself a little bit on that. Not really, but, you know. I see Chandler's actions as more an indication of his youth. I could be wrong, but he looks under 20, whereas Alec is just annoying. Chandler is 18, and yes, I was annoying. I don't care. Respect to Jubilee for bringing Destiny. Okay, yeah. You can tell Alec has a worldview that can't accept other ideas, totally. In the worldview, he's created an idea of what black people are. Having actual black people in front of him that won't fit into the box he's created for them really makes him mad. No, this is literally a racist idea, by the way. This stems from racism. The idea that, like, you can forgive black people for their shitty worldviews on account of their skin color is a racist idea. Liberals believe it, and conservatives believe it. Conservatives won't admit it, but that's babying black people. No, if you are a black person and you are a conservative and you are a shitbag, I'm going to call you a conservative shitbag. Not because you're black, but because you're conservative. All right? Being black is an aggravating factor only in as far as you are literally fighting against your own self-interest. All conservatives are, but black conservatives do it to a much greater extent, because conservative interests directly contradict that of the black community. That's just how it works. Well said. He himself is showing signs of racism. I am racist. Racist arc. Let's go. Spot on, and he's so intolerant. I don't tolerate intolerance. Maybe he just feels like he's, quote, fighting for black people for no reason. He expected to be praised. I do expect praise. Praise me. Get on your knees, bitch. I don't know if it is as much as him being mad as much as it is about him just not being able to accept that black people aren't a monolith. We are not a monolith! Wait, where is it? We are not a monolith! Where is it? Show me the money.
Now, I'm not going to sugarcoat it. I'm pissed. I am royally pissed. The liberal media thinks that republicanism is not for black people. Now, you tell me, what about fiscal responsibility, a strong national defense, and limited government is unappealing to black people? We're not a monolith.
We are not a monolith.
We come in all different shapes and sizes.
We do.
I fucking love this clip. This is one of their best bits. I fucking love this one. Okay, anyway, back to it. We are not a monolith. There are black people that exist outside of his echo chamber of an idea of how black people are supposed to think ideologically. Sure. Alec is the kind of guy who agrees with conservative prompts just to interrupt them while talking. Wait, agree with conservative prompts? Oh, wait, I just did the one with the Donald Trump thing. I agreed with it first and foremost because I was like, you know what? I'm going to take a chance here. Bro loves hearing himself talk so much he's watching a video about him talking. That is true. I love hearing myself talk. That's not even unironic. I've grown to very much love my own voice, okay? If you don't like listening to yourself talk, you should work on that. Self-esteem issues. Alec is the kind of guy who agrees with conservative. Yeah, so I sat down for that one conservative prompt just because I was trying to go a little against the grain, first and foremost, but I also was like, okay, I'm going to try this Trump impression thing. That didn't land, and so I was like, okay, how can I rescue this? Let me talk about why I don't think Donald Trump is as egregious as other conservatives are when it comes to, like, black people, which is true. I think that I back that up very well. The problem is when the other leftists sat down, or the other liberals, I guess, and kind of corrected the record. Who's interrupting who? Alec interrupt anyone who disagrees. That's true. What? Chandler literally won't let him speak. Alec gave up and let Chandler talk. Once it was Alec's turn, Chandler kept interrupting him. True! That's actually true! No, this person has a fantastic point. The very beginning of the video, the very beginning was just Chandler talking over me. And so I wasn't going to act like a petulant child and just keep trying to be the louder person. I let him talk, and I was like, okay, now let's take a breath. Let's backtrack a little bit. And he just could not give up. I'm not a liberal, but you can't have a debate without letting the other side talk. Okay, great. No, that's the most honest take. Alec is the type of person to argue with you even if you are agreeing with him. That's pretty true. He's not listening, he's just formulating his rebuttal. He will never reach a middle ground unless he listens to others. These people just straight up just heard that I disagreed and then stopped listening. Look at your Discord, liberal? What? Hold on. What about it? Oh, because of the notes, the notifications. Fair enough. Thank you. I thought you meant my server. I was like, what the fuck did you do to my server? Do it, Tina? What? Where's Tina? Oh, wait, is that Tina? Hi, Tina. There are a lot of white liberals here. What up, Vosh? Are you actually liberal, or do you dislike liberals? I dislike who I dislike. Like, as a general rule, yes, liberals are annoying. They tend to fall on the right side of progressive issues, but when it comes to, social issues, but when it comes to economic issues, they tend to be pretty, and foreign policy, like with Israel, they tend to be pretty shit. But I am willing to work with them. Most liberals, especially liberal voters, liberal politicians are shitty for the most part. Liberal voters tend to be more open to hearing you out. So I don't hate liberals, but I wish they could do a little better. Okay, let's keep going. Just an immature adult desperate for attention. That's true. Otherwise, he wouldn't wear the hat just to receive looks at him. I did wear the hat just to receive looks at me, and it fucking worked. So fuck you. Alec was interrupting the whole time. At least Chandler had real facts. What real facts? What real facts? He could literally, like, conservatives can say literally anything they want, and then, like, their fucking dumbass fan base will just, like, clap like fucking sea lions. You're like, oh, spitting facts, true facts, bro, true facts, bro, oh, true facts, bro. It's like when Andrew Tate was like, women can't drive. And like, oh, spitting, true facts, bro. And then Hassan's like, okay, but like, you understand statistically speaking, like that's not true. Like men tend to drive worse, and you see insurance rates are higher for men because of that fact. Like, the facts are all here. Men clearly drive worse. And they're like, oh, no, get off the stage, get off the stage. Andrew Tate was speaking facts. He was speaking facts like a real man because he said stuff that I agree with, bro. Yeah, bro. Like, that's kind of the vibe I'm getting here. You can see at 108 that Chandler's the one who wanted to get his point across, and Alec wanted to interject when he was still making his point. All Alec had to do was take mental note of key factors and then ask questions later. If they were low on time, the producer should have... But that's the problem, right? This right here is not something you can do in this format. If you ask questions later, if you hold off on it, then you can't get your point across. They'll fucking cut it out. Like, I had to get quips in. I did everything in my power to get as much screen time as possible, to get as much voice in as possible, to vocalize my opinions as much as possible, keep the camera on me. I'm the star. I'm the one with the right answers. Okay? That was my goal, and I did it. And I fucking did it. So cope and seethe. Look, everyone's talking about me. Half of these comments are fucking about me, dude. What else do you want? I told y'all I fucking did it. I was the star. Sorry, my chat got behind a little bit. Oh, lots of newcomers in the server. Vosh clone. Have you been told you're just like Vosh? I have been told I'm just like Vosh, and I take it as a compliment. Hassan wannabe? There's another compliment, thank you. Okay, let's keep going. Sorry, I was making sure this was still playing. These conversations are a step forward towards civility and the respect we've lost for each other. Another one that they just straight up did not watch the video. I'd love to see the reverse version of this video, white conservatives versus black liberals. I feel like that's already been done over and over to death. Unironically, Alex saying if they disagree with me, they're racist is actual belief in people nowadays. No. No. That's why I say that, by the way. So that you can't go to the fucking comments and be like, they just think whatever somebody says, you just get ahead of it. Just get ahead of it. See some replies. The South Tower somehow eluded you. No, it didn't. I heard him say he was joking. I'm saying there are people that actually believe this. Nobody thinks like that. Yes, people do. Plenty of liberals do, though. That's why you get accused of racism the moment you say something against feminism or socialism. No. You've clearly never... to the extent that you have argued with liberals, you just hear what you want to hear. Because you are cringe, you are the star because everyone hates you. That's pretty true. Mostly just an imaginary straw man meant to stoke paranoia and hypervigilant conservatives. True. Okay. Alec was definitely not there to learn anything. Also true. Nor was he seeking a, quote, middle ground understanding. Also true. Dude talks like a politician. Damn, maybe I should run for office. He is the worst. Ah, man, that Alec guy, he's the worst. He's the worst. What's up, Fargo? Hope your day is going well. It's going very well. Please ignore Tina. She's being hysterical again. Stop. Tina's great. Sorry, Tina. I'll look at this. AOC Cap'n. Have you seen this? What is this?
Alright, I'm gonna wrap this one real slow and real choppy, so
Wait, what? Wait! Is this him? Chandler Crump, it's him! Oh my god, I gotta subscribe. I have to subscribe, man. It's him! Hold on, I gotta watch this first.
Can understand just what I'm rapping. And if you need a little help, of course, we'll print out the lyrics for you too, AOC. We got you this time. Hey, got Cortez in the streets.
No, with the green screen! Stop! This is terrible. This is worse than what any white boy could do. This is awful.
Got Omar up and by her side, and now they pushing B. Whether if it's brother or the bomb, I guess we'll never know. Now they arms behind their back, but it's all for show. The cops came and they shutting down the game. They saying it's women's rights while the killing is off the chain. You think that they got arrested, then you ain't have.
This is incredible. I love him.
They get off scot-free, but
my duty to... That's true. That's true, Fargo.
Even self-defense is losing all security. Just ask Kyle Rittenhouse or maybe Jose Alba. They getting dragged by...
Why would they show that? That was one of the most pathetic Rittenhouse moments I've ever seen. This is Vivek level. I think this is... The only reason this is not worse than Vivek is because he's like a fetus, right? He's like 12.
Mob just because the outcome with $1,000 watch and followers above 10 million. You think she'd be the last one to say she ain't make a killing? She free and riot is in 20.
I gotta bring this guy on. I really want to bring this guy on just for a one-on-one debate. I think that would be really funny.
20, let him ride.
The rematch. The rematch! Can you imagine? The two people that everybody talks about the most because they started the video with our exchange. I love that they did that. That's so good for my numbers. That's so good for my numbers. They started the video with our exchange. That's fantastic. Okay, I've heard enough. That's great, buddy. I want to see what else this guy has. This is fun. Welcome to Wokeland, Newsmax Culture Clash. He was on Newsmax? What the fuck? Who is this kid? What?
Story from my least favorite place up above.
I told you. I told all of you. What did I tell you? They're grooming him, okay? The real groomers are always the fucking conservatives. He's like a fetus. Stop. Stop this. I told you. Look. There's no money in the shit that I do. There's no money here. I spend money. I waste. Do you know how much fucking money I throw at my editors and how little I make back? This is eating my income. Do you understand that? He's making out like a fucking bandit, dude. He was on Newsmax? Are you kidding me? I told you. What did I say? What did I fucking say? There you go, folks. Damn. No fucking wonder he didn't want his YouTube linked. Oh my God. We are not a monolith.
This it's called a post-operation transsexual Canadian, has requested that the socialized Medicare healthcare system that provides assisted suicide and lethal injection to end.
Okay, wait, what is this? Assisted suicide. Okay.
Her life. He has suggested that he wants this and is now going to...
They had to correct themselves. Look.
He has suggested this Medicare healthcare system that provides assisted suicide and lethal injection to end her life. They
have to try so hard to misgender people. It's pathetic.
has suggested.
Or sorry,
that he wants this, and he's now going to carry it through it
don't care
because
about
he's in so
pronouns, by
much
the way.
pain,
They really
emotionally
don't
and
care.
physically, from the transgender surgery where they inverted his unit. What in the world is going on here?
This is part.
Why are they getting his opinion? What does he know? What does he know? Why is it? What? Why do they want his opinion? Who is he? What? What? Why do I care about what he has to say about this? I don't give a shit. Who is he? What is happening? Man, Chandler Crump.
For the course.
Chandler Crump really spitting facts on, checks notes, transsexual medical procedures. 18, by the way. This is insane, man.
For a place I like to call woke land.
Gotta
where
apologize
logic
for
is
not
thrown out the
misgendering.
window, and whatever sometimes feels right is what's, secure as what we should be following. And sometimes that results in people just saying, you know what, I'd rather die than live the life that I was given. I'd rather not protest in support of my country. I'd rather attack women.
Wait, what? Wait, whoa. We're breezing through the talking points. Whoa, we're speed running. We're speed running every conservative dog shit talking point. Whoa. Slow down, buddy. Slow down, Chandler. Gonna give me whiplash over here, buddy. Oh, my man. Oh, no. Estrogen could still save her.
Woke land. The question is, why so few women want to play on men's teams, and why so few people with more than 10 brain cells?
Come on. Chris Mosier, American triathlete. Schuler Baylor, swimmer. Kai Allums, basketball player. Ness Murby, discus thrower. Mac Beggs, American professional wrestler. Keelan Godsey, athlete. Balian Bushbaum, German pole vaulter. Andreas Krieger, German athlete. Timothy LeDuc, figure skater. Patricio Manuel, American professional boxer. I've heard of this guy. Isaac Henig, swimmer. Eric Schneger. Schneger? I gotta be really careful saying that. Schneger. Austrian skier. I mean, hello? Hello? I follow Schuler on TikTok. This is just a lie they love to peddle.
Want to turn their penises inside out. I don't know. Sometimes we'll never find out.
It's just, I think I'll give them 11, but Chandler, last 15.
People with more than 10 brain cells want to turn their penises inside out.
Okay, so this is the thing. They're like, what's with all these people trying to win competitions so badly that they want to get their penises removed? Whoa, what is the deal with that? Who is crazy enough to do that? Yeah, good point. Who is crazy enough to do that, buddy, huh? Who is crazy enough to do that? I can tell you who's not crazy enough to do that. Somebody who's deeply unserious about being trans. If you are deeply serious about being trans first and then being a fucking athlete, then you might do that. Then you wouldn't call it crazy because it's not crazy because you're serious about being trans. It's fun watching. I need to get going. Okay, I'll see you. Save men's sports. They're taking over. The trans are taking over men's sports. Somebody stop them. Somebody stop them. Based. Let trans kids play. Look at this unit. This is what they want. They want him on the women's team. They want him on the women's team. Just remember that. Look at this fucking unit. They want him on the women's team. Hello? How does that make sense? Maybe you just don't? Anyway.
I don't know. Sometimes we'll never find out.
I still don't know why they're getting his opinion on this. That's hilarious to me. All right, let's keep going. I want to see. Guess what? Conservative teens are happier. These are all Newsmax clips. I moved. What's next? The Grand Return. March for Life. Asian conservatives versus Asian liberals reaction. None of these really interest me. Hold on. I want to show you guys something. Let's take a look at this man's 44.3K subscriber count, and compare that to his view count, and then we'll do the same for mine. We have 44.3K subscribers. He's got 481 views, 607 views, 668, 975, 991, 1.6K. That's a pretty good one. 497, 2.1K, 643, 368, 772, 585. Not, you know, these are about, I would say these are about the same as my numbers. 441, 204, 353, 294. They're a little less. 890, or 860, I mean. 517, 1K, 156, 185, 330, 216, 354. Okay, to be fair, I think that he's got a little bit of a leg up on me, but not nearly enough that you would expect from somebody with this many subscribers. How long has he been uploading? It can't have been long. It cannot have been for that long. 1 year ago, 2 years ago, 4 years ago. How the fuck long has this kid been uploading? What the? He's like 12. He's literally like 14 in this one. Wait, he's like 14 in this one.
Ilhan Omar has no sympathy for the American people. She doesn't care
Lil Bro
about
kept
the
this one up.
30,000 people that died during the September
Lil Bro was like, no, this one's fire. Keep this one up.
11th attacks, or of illnesses related to the attacks afterwards.
No, 14-year-old me was spitting facts. Everyone knows. Everyone knows 14-year-old me was spitting facts.
She doesn't care about the soldiers that were deployed to Afghanistan to defend our nation.
He was groomed. This is real grooming. Do you guys know that? Like, do you guys understand that? This is real grooming. What is happening? TBH, female swimmers are built like that too. You're correct. And I, at the end of the day, would just advocate for a completely gender neutral sports category, right? Like, just let people fucking compete regardless of what hangs between their legs or not. I don't care. You know, judge them on objective standards eventually. But if you're going to go off of their logic, how do you have opinions at 14? I had very strong opinions at 14. They probably aligned with a lot of what this... We would have been great friends if I were 14 at the same time as him. We would have been best of friends. But I don't stand by anything that I said when I was 14. I mean, when I was like... To give you an idea of where I'm coming from, during the Obama election is when I was about 12 or 13. And I bet somebody $5 that McCain would win against Obama. Why did I bet that? I was convinced that God would not allow Obama to win. I was convinced that God would swoop in with his divine hand and hand the election to John McCain. And I bet somebody $5, and of course I lost that bet. So that's where I'm coming from.
Who gave life
We'll watch a little bit of this.
to save people who were inside the towers or nearby. She doesn't care. To her, it was just some people who did something.
Wait, was this written by Alec? What? Hold on, I wasn't listening.
Some people who did something. And then once people start to catch on and start giving her grief for what she said, well, they're racist. They had no right to say such things.
This is dangerous incitement given the death threats I face. I hope leaders of both parties will join me in condemning it. My love and commitment to our country and that of my colleagues should never be in question. We are all Americans. Wait, what?
This is inciting violence. And her fellow Congresswoman, Rashida Tlaib,
It is.
says she's speaking truth. Says that, yeah, it was just some people that did something. My question is, how did these two people get elected to Congress? Oh, let me be clear. United States Congress.
Let me be clear.
United States of America Congress.
Oh, is that what he meant? I was a little unclear. Thank you for clarifying, Chandler.
But then, there's more. Of course, there's more. There's more. So after the attacks in New Zealand, in the mosque, she was like, oh no, this is terrible, terrible, a nightmare. But when it comes to American lives, no, it's just some people that did.
He's kind of adorable. I can't deny. He's like a little theater kid. He's like, I feel like this is an audition for a stage play, you know?
Something. I mean, these are American lives. These are first responders. These are soldiers who vowed to protect the red, white, and blue, who vowed to protect the people of America. And it's just some people that did something? And I'm still wondering how she has a job. I mean, you can't say these things here. I mean, we have free speech.
Oh, that's a great voice line.
Here. I mean,
Wait.
you can't say these things here.
Should we clip that? Put it in as an alert.
How she has a job. I mean, you can't say these things here.
I mean, you can't say these things here. But it is a blurb that people can pay, like Gunter coined it, to use when I'm streaming on Twitch. I think that'd be great. If he's a theater kid, he's a theater kid if theater kids were cringe. Theater kids are cringe. The difference is the cool ones own it.
I mean, we have free speech, yes, but
I would have been a
you
theater
have
kid,
to have
probably.
some boundaries. You have to know what's right and what's wrong to say. You have to know when you should keep your mouth shut.
This segment's called Some People Did Something. Some people did something. Really going all out.
And that's something Ilhan Omar just doesn't quite know how to do. She doesn't know the difference between 3,000 American lives being lost and some people doing something. Then she goes on about civil.
Okay, I'm done. I'm done. I had enough of Chandler for one day. Man. Baby, It's Cold Outside lyric video featuring Rondella? What?
Don't want to go away.
But baby, it's cold inside.
These weeks that we've spent.
I wish the heater was running.
Without the power.
I bet it's warm in Trump Tower.
What? What? No! Ah! Woo! Oh my god, dude. I'm losing my fucking mind. That is hilarious. What? I don't think that's how that song goes. Is that how that song goes? Maybe it is. Maybe it is. Hold on. Maybe I'm too terminally online. What happened? What? It's not. No, I was right. I was right. That's not in the song. He put that in. He ad-libbed that. Look.
Baby, it's cold inside.
These weeks that we've spent.
I wish the heater was running.
Without the power.
I bet it's warm in Trump Tower.
You gotta be shitting me. You gotta be fucking shitting me.
My skin is starting to worry.
I'll find some firewood in a hurry.
I'm absolutely saving this, by the way. Hold on. I gotta watch. We'll just put in the watch later for right now. I gotta bring that back. It's almost the season, boys and girls and MBs of all ages, shapes, sizes, colors, and orientations. It's almost the season. We gotta bring this back for the holiday season.
Warm pace in the floor.
I'll have to make the fireplace
so
roar.
cold in here, I think I see flurries.
I think we should leave in a hurry.
Maybe light a match since we're poor.
I've got some winter coats by the door.
The neighbors might think.
Baby, it's bad in here.
This home is like an ice rink.
There's gotta be shelter somewhere.
I wish I knew how.
I know.
My brother in Christ, it's not a hotel. What do you expect to do there?
Paid that
to
bill.
fix up our heat.
Might even get started drafting my will.
What is this?
I ought to vote
What's the
red,
message?
red,
Wait, what?
red.
What?
Be turning blue.
What?
Thinking
And your
ahead.
nose would say I choose.
I really
Oh
wanna
my god.
say,
Baby, it's cold inside.
Oh my god. That was incredible. Thank you, Tina, for sending us down this rabbit hole. That's fantastic. That's fantastic. Why ad-lib the Sex Pest songs? Because they know it triggers the libs. At the end of the day, the only thing that they care about is triggering the libs. Okay? A lot of them. Some of them have other agendas, like, you know, being horrible, evil pieces of shit. But mostly it's just triggering the libs. All right, enough Chandler. Back to me, your boy. Chandler's not the star of this shit. I am. Me, Alec Gunter. Alec motherfucking Gunter, okay? That's me. Okay, we way lost our place here. Let's see, comfy series with individual living chairs, comfy clothes, hot tea, individual snuggle blankets. What? I wonder how each person would represent their thoughts in comparison to the current environment of cold stools and an empty dark... These people are such fucking liberals, dude. I think my main concern with American politics as a British person is really this two-party system of Democrats versus Republicans, and so people just fall into the categories. It's interesting, but just concerning seeing the extent of the division. The single-parent household phenomenon basically started with Lyndon Johnson as a major factor and deserves to be talked about more. By the way, Alex is a perfect example of why many people are turning conservative. It's like trying to talk to a mass suggestion rather than an individual. How so? Does he think you get to stay in the Trump Tower rent-free if you vote for Trump? Because I promise that's not how it works. Yes, that's subconsciously what they think. I'm not in liberal side, but damn, Chandler, you need to chill. You can't have a debate without giving the other side the chance to speak. That's pretty true. Thinks he's smarter than he is. That's what we call the Dunning-Kruger effect. True. Him and Alec need to go throw hands in a room somewhere away from the adult table. True. Get this boy on for a fucking debate. Get this guy on for a debate. Okay? I want Chandler. Bring me Chandler. Chandler Crump. Christian Chandler Crump. Christian Weston Chandler Crump is what we'll call him. I am terrified that Alex said he used to be more cringy. I was, in fact, more cringy. I was the most cringy when I was a conservative. The cringiest thing I ever did was voting for Trump. Vote for Trump in 2016, just to clarify. There we go. So many Black Lady Destiny comments. It's getting old. Chandler and Alec talking is like me and my family. They are so conservative, even if you whisper the word liberal, they start chanting spiritual rituals to get the demon out of the house. Oh my god. I am so sorry to my mans here. But besides that, I am glad to see queens like Destiny use... Please stop. Wait, what? Wait, this guy's got the same point I did. I was gonna like not read this, but now I want to. I'd like to comment on what Elias said at 5:58, just to refresh.
White people having way more privileges than me. Like, I'm sure you could find certain institutions where black people are treated differently, but in general, I don't think that I've missed out on anything because of being black. And if anything, it's given me more of a voice because...
Okay, yeah, so you guys get the idea. So let's go back down then. Way back down. Hold up. Here it is. I'd like to comment on what Elias said at 5:58. Of course you haven't. Look at your skin tone. I'm saying this because I can relate to her in a way. I'm mixed, half white and half black, but I have very light skin. White people assume I'm white, and a certain amount of black people think I'm lying when I say I'm mixed. Most white people are my skin tone or even darker than me in the winter because I'm so pale. However, I don't have white passing hair, with my hair type being mostly 4A. Even though I can wear my hair in an afro, I still perceive as white because it's such a small part of me. Here's a small real-life example. I have a younger brother who doesn't have curly hair, but much darker skin than I do. People assume he's adopted or that we have different fathers. Already in that small instance, me and him are not treated the same. I'm treated white, not stereotyped as he is, and he is. Now put this in a way larger perspective and it makes a lot more sense. She doesn't feel personally that there is much of a difference because she blends in. She doesn't feel she's treated different because of her skin tone or race because she passes as white and fits into that box. For me to say I understand the struggles of a darker skinned mixed or black person would be a lie because I am not that and in fact fit in on the other side better. I think this clouds her judgment and perception of what's really going on just a little bit because she herself has not experienced it. Why is this? Because of her light skin tone. That's all, and I hope that made sense. No, that made a ton of sense. I completely agree and even made the same point while watching this video live. Thanks so much for the input. Please pick people who aren't emotionally charged from the start. We want to see people converse/debate, not people who want to argue. It's so hard to watch. So hard to watch. The African and African American middle ground is a perfect example on how to talk to people with opposing ideology. Yeah, because they weren't mean. They weren't meanie bobinis to each other. They're all bitch made, man. There's so many of these fucking comments. It's getting really old. Like the comment specifically about Destiny being a black woman. Lurk, is that a thing here? I have no idea, Seth Rogen. I don't think it is. I think it's kind of weird. No. Nothing about me. Jubilee. No. Wow, for Chandler being a conservative, he seems very emotional. True. When Renee was talking about the white savior complex, I was thinking about the savior complex general as something a lot of people have for those with disabilities, whether it be developmental, physical, or mental. That's true. I remember in Daniel Sloss' stand-up, he talked about his sister with CP, and the crowd like gasped/negatively reacted at one point when he was lovingly talking about his sister. In a very real way, siblings talk about each other. People thought he was being mean because his sister had a disability, blah, 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 I get it. Yeah, no, that's true. Disabilities, people with disabilities are so infantilized, it's very sad. And not only are they infantilized, but they're not just infantilized, but like they literally don't have rights. You know, they don't have the same rights as like non-disabled people, and that sucks. Alec is a prime example of a know-it-all liberal that doesn't know a thing. That's pretty true. Chandler's the perfect example of how eloquence does not always mean intelligence. That's great. These two are right next to each other. That's funny. Alaya is what I actually think a rational person should be. Honestly, I consider her more moderate centrist than I'm there. Having people like Chandler and Alec is the worst. Lol, impossible to speak without emotions running high. Fucking suck my dick, dude. I don't care. Black conservatives versus black leftists. They did this already. Alec is an example of those people who never turn off the internet irony poison mind when they're IRL, which is the most obnoxious type of person. No, you have to have that on during this. This is internet brain poison that you are watching. You are watching brain poison right now. You're watching it. You are on the internet. I knew what I was walking into. What are you talking about? That was not an IRL thing. It was, but it's for content. It is for internet poisonous content. And I knew that. And that's why everyone is talking about me. Half of these comments are about me. It mentions me and Chandler. Me and Chandler, because we were the ones who were the most high energy. They're all talking about us. There's more comments about me than about Destiny. And every single one I've seen about Destiny is like, oh, she's a strong black woman. Oh, haha, so funny. It was funny for like 2 seconds, okay? But they're all talking about me and Chandler. Because to Chandler's credit, stupid as he is, he did get emotional. And that made people listen to him. You definitely care. Care about what? If you mean care in general, I mean, yes. Well, I appreciate Chandler's fire for his topics and his POVs. Just sound like he likes to hear himself speak and to speak over other people with loudness and quickness. See, like, even against Chandler, I just don't... I'd like to actively see him in a one-on-one situation. Ooh. People want that. I should give the people what they want. They want to see Alec Gunter versus Chandler in the ring. In the marketplace of ideas. I think we should make it happen. I'll reach out to him. 2 minutes in and already a crazy argument. That's true. Chandler's immature. He is 18. He's been sipping that conservative Kool-Aid for too long. True. The worst part is he has all that energy, but not enough to debunk that Margaret Sanger conservative talking point in 3 minutes. It's terrifying how ridiculous humans are with the power we hold, just confidently in it wrong. Chandler's the textbook definition of making intuitive leaps. He kept assuming the white liberals would make certain claims before they even had, and preemptively getting aggressive on that basis, and then when the white liberals would never even make said claims besides Alec maybe. I don't think I made any claims like that. He was unbearably antagonistic. Everyone else was great. Well, this person said I was great, so that's good. It's funny how we all agree Chandler needs to chill and Alec needs to stay off Reddit. I literally have not, like, used... You can go check here. Let's look right now. I'll prove it to you guys. Not that I have to, but look. I do have a little bit of Reddit brain, because I used to be on it a lot. But... Oh yeah, I just subscribed to r/One Piece. Yeah, the last post I made was 2 days ago, and it was in One Piece, r/One Piece. Before that, it was 2 months ago, and it was in Okay Buddy Hassan, and it was a meme. Before that, it was 5 months ago. 5 months, 5 months, 5 months. Oh yeah, no, this was when that one guy... No, the only reason I was on like 5 months ago is because this guy directly responded to one of my videos. We start a boxing gym called the Marketplace of Ideas. That'd be sick. So yeah, I mean, I don't take it personally, but just for the record, I'm not a Redditor anymore. I used to be, and I probably carried a lot of that cringe over, sure, but just to set the record straight. Renee playing victim at the end was so funny. What a way to lose an argument. Could not agree more. Could not agree more, brother. I love this. Chandler wouldn't stop yapping. This is a discussion, not a speech. Alec was really gross, too. That's pretty true. Alec encapsulates everything wrong with the younger generation. That's pretty true. Videos like these make me believe people will never reach a common understanding. It would always be lots of fighting. Well, yeah, because people are wrong. And when people are wrong, I have to fight with them. That's just how this works. Yeah, common understanding on what? Nobody has to agree with everything. The real solution is to agree to disagree and let people live life how they please. What if you, want to be transphobic? What if you, want to punch trans women in the face? But that's just a lifestyle choice. Let people live the way they want to live, yes. Right? No, that's stupid, actually. That's really fucking stupid, actually. The Trump voice. I'm glad people liked the Trump voice. Hold on one sec. Somebody in my Discord is like, didn't they do interviews? Okay. All right, we'll do a few more comments. I don't want to end stream. I kind of want to keep going, but I do need food. Look how uncomfortable these white guys get when the black guy says blue-eyed, red-headed devil. What? Blue-eyed, red-headed devil? What? Wait, who said that and when, and what was my reaction? It's like an arrow straight to their heart. I'm not going to ask him to timestamp. I'm not going to reply to... Like, I want to know, but if I reply to that, there's no shot I'll ever go back to that comment. I'll forget in 2 seconds. Being mixed watching this was a nightmare on my moralities. I don't know what that means. The tension between Alec and Chandler is crazy. We've got to get him on for a debate. So no one is going to talk about how horrible it is that they're dividing these people's opinions on their race labels? No. I cracked up when Jacob made the joke about Reagan and Chandler acted so scandalized. Chandler was so pissed. He was such a pissy boy. Do you know what the Trump voice is like on the other side of the border? No. That dude was imagining shit. What? I don't know what that means. Finally, a Destiny comment that's not, he's a black woman. Great episode. I love black women. Yeah, see, there it is. Whatever your side, you've got to give credit to Jubilee for airing both sides. I'm tired of echo chambers. Let's see what the replies are. Probably all like, you know what? You're right. We all need to, yeah, see. We all need to meet in the middle and come to a middle ground understanding and just some people want to kill black people and other people want free healthcare. Why don't we just all meet in the middle? We can do a little bit of killing of black people and we can do a little bit of healthcare. Right? Okay. Okay, you scamps, get out of here. Okay. Go. I fucking hate these people. This is also true. Having liberals and conservatives discuss something isn't really both sides. Although, if this person had watched the video, I gave pretty strong indicators that I'm not just a liberal. You create more conservatives. I don't think you know that. I don't think that's true. But okay. It's not really something you can prove or disprove, so you are entitled to that opinion. Aliyah saying that she doesn't experience less privilege even though she is black is actually funny to me. There are conversations about this within the black community. Yeah, see, this is another point about that. I'm glad that I'm not alone on that. Wait, letting a black, strong, and independent woman with many businesses and employees under her name close out the episode was a marvelous idea. Who is she? Wait, who is she? Wait, hold up. I don't want to lose my place here. Let me, These comments say otherwise. It's not turning people conservative. There are comments that say you are turning people conservative. But there's no comments that say, well, I was liberal, but then I watched this, and now I'm conservative because Alec was just such a meanie bobini. Nobody says that. You're making shit up. Also, how dare they not use me on the thumbnail? I'm just saying. I know why they use Destiny. He's clearly a bigger pull, but I was the star.
It's available to you.
All right, I need to see who fucking Renee is. Oh, she didn't give any socials. What? Middle ground. Let's try that. Renee Riggs. What's this? No, this isn't it. Jubilee. I'm never... hold on. I have to reply to that. I have to know. I have to know. I'm not trying to dox her or anything. I'm just trying to figure out who she is. It's not that you are mean. You come off very righteous. It's because I'm correct. Do you mind... I don't know. I want to know who she is. Because that'll put so much into context. Of course she's a fucking business owner. I should have guessed. Whatever. Yeah, it's fine. Alec really just hopped in to argue, and Chandler Def didn't research and went back on his opinions constantly. I mean, I was there to argue. Chandler saying social programs is the reason for the disparity is insane to me. It's like he just ignored everything that happened in Tulsa and many other cities. My family... Yeah. Alec reads one Twitter thread a day and feels intellectually accomplished. That's pretty true. I love Xavier's response to Alec at 3630. He hit him with that, you don't know me. You have no idea where I come from, where I've been, how long I've been there, what I had to do to get there, where I was to where I am now. That's true. Oh man, I lost my
Okay,
place.
but you don't really care
Precisely.
about homeless veterans, right?
That's just
you
a
don't
laughable
support.
idea.
You don't know
I feel like
me.
all your arguments
You
are...
don't know me. Watch the end of the video, bro. We watched the whole video. So whatever you have to say about it, just say it. You were the more aggressive without necessity. It does. I don't care. I don't care. I'm not there to make friends, guys. I don't care. These people are fucking heathens, okay? Fucking Chandler over here has been groomed by Newsmax. Look. He's on fucking Newsmax. He's got 44K subscribers on YouTube and only like a few hundred views per video. He's being astroturfed, and you're all falling for it. Hook, line, and sinker. He is a token black person for the conservatives. That's all this is. That's all this is. Okay? Like, come on. They literally brought him on, this fetus, to ask about fucking what he thinks about trans-affirming surgeries. You know what? Fuck this guy. Hold on. Where's this comment section? No, 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 no! Here. If there's one person qualified to speak about gender-affirming... Here, a complex topic like gender-affirming medical procedures. It's definitely some 18-year-old conservative that's been groomed. Should I be that mean? That's here. No, let's emphasize that he's young. That's fresh out of kindergarten. Here. Let's remove this. There we go. I'm glad you enjoyed that comment, Mr. Stan. Sound like a teenager? I don't care. I'm doing a bit. Chandler and Alec were the most extremes of either side. Everyone else was relatively reasonable in their views. I hate that. I need to stop reading these in a minute because I'm just getting pissed at a lot of them. Not even 3 minutes in and I'm cackling. Chandler ranting. Alec, let's take a breath. Chandler, sorry, I'm breathing. A lot of babies aren't, but I am, sadly. Alec, I don't know what that means. True. That was such a weird comment, wasn't it? That was such a weird fucking comment. Like, he tried to do the thing that I was doing with the one-liners. He really tried to go for the one-liner, and it completely flopped. Like, that flopped worse than my Trump impression did. Reason D's nuts in your mouth. True. I'm really hoping for communist/socialist versus people who fled socialist countries. That, unironically, would slap. I would love that. No, that's a great idea. I endorse that. You'd need affirmative action starting from kindergarten. You can't put someone who isn't ready in Harvard based on affirmative action. That's not how that works. I'm convinced Alec is a character or some form of performance art piece rather than an actual person. You know what? Respect. Respect. I'm taking that as a compliment. That's fantastic. That's great. I'll own that. That also caught me off guard because I couldn't understand what he meant by that. He was trying to make a jab about fetuses, about abortion, and it just completely fell flat. It was completely out of left field. It wasn't relevant at all. Like, it just fell flat. He needs work. He needs practice. They didn't groom him well enough. Destiny will handle them all. I already know this. No, Destiny literally, like, played opposite sides. Final edit. The complaints of the black conservatives over Alec at the end after asking him to treat them like regular people is hilarious. True. Not saying that I like him per se, but that was hilarious. Some people are more arrogant. Don't act as if he's arrogant towards you because you're black. He's just arrogant. That's the equal treatment you wanted. You know what? Base take. I'll hold that. I was absolutely arrogant during that video. That is a 1000% true and unabashed take. I will absolutely take that. No, that's true. No, I agree with that 1,000%. Love to see Jubilee show that it's not all about color. What? You're throwing the baby out with the bathwater? I don't even know what that means. Wait, is that why he said that? Because I said you're throwing the baby out with the bathwater? Wait. Wait. I see the neuronal connection that he made now. Because I said you're throwing the baby out with the bathwater. He's never heard anybody say that before. He's never heard that turn of phrase. So when I said that, he didn't understand what I was getting at. He thought like I was being literal. There were several cuts of you screaming at others. I don't think I was screaming. I was definitely interrupting. I was like getting jabs in. But it got people talking about me, so I'm happy. You should do this video again without Alec. True. You know what? So true, bestie. No, I was very abrasive. I don't think I ever screamed. At the end, I got very righteous. I did get very, very righteous at the end. And I don't know that I should have done that, but I think it was justified. And the fact that she's a fucking disgusting business owner makes me even more happy that I did that. Fuck her and her taxes. Fuck that fucking bitch and her complaints about goddamn taxes. She only wants lower taxes so that she can fuck her employees harder. Fuck that bitch. Seriously. This is fascinating that he's even reading the comments. Been streaming for 3 hours already. I can't believe it's been 3 hours. I'm just like, I'm self-obsessed, okay? I'm self-obsessed. That's why I'm reading the comments. There's Xavier. Thank you for having me, Jubilee. I hope that people can see past the craziness and recognize how we really did find several middle ground moments. I was especially surprised to agree often with Destiny. Wow. How surprising. The show is invaluable. You are terrific, respectful, and calm and thoughtful. Thank you. Destiny is a refreshing voice. Thank you for speaking, brother. Past. Come on a stream. Can you expand more on how you went from a Bernie Sanders supporter to a conservative? True. Why would you be against a baseline for... No, this guy's asking the real questions. Let's see. I want to be a dick. I want to be a huge asshole. Try not to lick too many boots, bud. How's that? There I am. Oh, did you make a comment? Oh yeah, no, that is you. You know what? Yeah, fuck that guy. Yeah, I'm doing it. Okay, a few more, and then I gotta hang this up. Someone receiving money that they didn't work for does not value the money and end up wasting it. No, this is treating them like a child. No, this is not how that works. And this is projection, quite frankly. They think that they'll do that with their own money. Okay, it's projection, and it's also just infantilizing. Lottery winners are a perfect example. Most go broke because they just go out of control. I don't even know if that's true. I gotta look that up. That could just be a myth. Shirley needs assistance with debating skills. You can get your point across without sounding condescending or aggressive. I guarantee this replies about me. Oh, never mind. He's 12 and knows everything already. I love how everybody, like, clocked that he's fucking very young. Hey, Voss, would you ever go on Destiny stream? You have good fiery energy. I would if he reached out. People asked if I would reach out to him, and, like... I don't know how much we actually have to talk about. That's it. Like, it's not that I have any, like, severe hate boner for Destiny or anything. I just don't know how much we would talk about. Or what we would talk about and how to what extent. My response wasn't even real. I just copied what the person above me said and reversed the subject and predicated, and somehow got more likes. It happens. Likes are not a real currency. They don't really mean anything. As a black conservative, I found Alec hilarious how people are so triggered. How are people so triggered? Was I triggered at all during that? Did I ever come off as triggered? This is just a personal story. I'm sure it's fine. I can't help but feel like there's some sort of shame black conservatives have for being helped, even in an ostensibly beneficial way. It's not like we out of nowhere said, oh yeah, well, and what about reparations? It's been a fight for hundreds of years. Yeah. Yeah, no, exactly. Wait. Also, the one guy had a great point with the veteran thing because we all know black and white veterans are not treated the same. I would love to say I earned my home from my great-great-grandfather who served and received a home loan, but I want to see the replies. I think it's more they don't trust the help, blah, blah, blah. Alec is hilarious. I think black people are pressed, so I'm going to talk over them and tell them they're wrong. True. Chandler, known male black conservative Chandler. Alec and Chandler were like the rabble-rousers to keep the infighting going in each debate and accomplish nothing. What do you mean accomplish nothing? Like, my numbers are soaring, baby. This is not accomplishing nothing. This is accomplishing channel growth. That's what people don't understand. I wasn't there to agree with anybody. I wasn't there to lick anybody's balls. I was there to get numbers, baby. I don't even know if I'm allowed to show you this page. Hold on. See, I went from 1.89K to 1.91K, and it'll continue to go up for the next few days. You're actually too scared to reply to any rebuttals in the comments when you said you turned to only... I'm literally sitting... Hold on. Bro, I'm literally live replying to a lot of comments at this very moment. LMAO, come check it out. Come say hi. You should do this video again without Alec. That's hilarious. That's so fucking funny. They're so deluded. Gay conservatives versus straight liberals would slap. Which one would I be? Probably the straight liberal. IDKFI would say triggered. It's more so you seem like the type of fellow that would know that something they're saying could be disrespectful or unnecessary or smug, but chose to say it anyway. Of course I knew that. Of course I knew that. I'm not gonna hold back. Think I'm gonna fucking baby these people? Hell no. They were being stupid. Sorry, if you're stupid, like, I'm gonna rhetorically beat you out. I don't care what color you are. I treat all stupid people equally, with equal disdain and condescension. There's no meritocracy in this country. Look at Elon Musk. He's destroying Twitter. Is that supposed to be an own? Because that's literally true. That's literally like the best argument against meritocracy. He's the fucking richest person in the country, or at least he was, until he sunk Twitter. That's is that a... That's not an own, dude. This is not fair. The white liberals get Destiny. Lol, I didn't even watch this yet, but he probably won. Destiny really did not make that much of an impression. Destiny's an absolute moron. I disagree with this. I think Destiny's quite smart, actually. You can say many things about him. He's done some shitty stuff, but he's not stupid. These videos usually include 3 professional conservative debaters versus 3 normal people. That's true. Although this time around, Chandler was not very... Christian Weston Chandler Crump was not very experienced for debates. No, I don't think no, I'm not going to say that. That's stupid. More ass licking about how calm they were. Alex seems like the kind of guy that loves socialism, but has never lived in a socialist country. I'm here. Your points about affirmative action, etc. were moot. How? Anyone who unironically thinks Elon isn't destroying Twitter is full of themselves. Even taking his politics out of it, he sucks. Yeah, agreed. Agreed. Because even when he was like liberal, right, quote unquote liberal, way back in the day with the electronic cars and everything, and I think he was legitimately liberal leaning, right? Like in his political views. Either he didn't care or whatever, but he was like liberal tangential with the electric cars. But even back then, he sucked. Like, he didn't invent electric cars. He didn't invent Jack. He just bought shit. He threw money around. He threw daddy's money around. You are probably the most cringe thing I've ever seen on Jubilee, and that says a lot. Thank you. I'm not even going to say that. That's stupid. I'm actually impressed that you did that, LMAO. I thought you were in full effect I don't give it F mood right now. I mean, kind of, but like... sometimes it's worth it, and sometimes it's not. You know what I mean? Alec is the type of liberal you feel icky being around. True. My fiance feels very icky around me. He looks like a tech neoliberal to me. The kind of MFer to be like tax the rich, but he thinks he's a middle class because he only makes $150K a year. I'll have you know, I do make a decent chunk of money as a home care nurse. Okay, but it ain't no $150K a fucking year, alright? I don't even know if I'll be making that when I have my practitioner license. Wanting free healthcare isn't socialism. True. Champagne socialist. I did have pink wine the other night. It was really good. I usually get these stupid Steel Reserves or Steel Reserve orange flavor, but it's like really sweet. I guess wine's sweet too, but like Steel Reserve is sweet in a way it's not tart like wine is. Wine's got a little bit of tart to it. I just bought like pink wine from the fucking gas station refrigerator and downed it all. It was great. Don't drink, kids. Don't abuse alcohol. Because you keep bringing up things that caused effects 60 years ago, either bring up effects actively targeting people based on race or don't demarcate solutions according to race. When did I demarcate solutions specifically according to race? Like, I specifically said reparations should come in the form of giving people under a certain income threshold assistance. That's what I said. Now, as far as like representation in certain fields, the reason that that's often skewed is because of historical racism and grandfathering, right? What is it called? Nepotism. Like, people just like when daddy dies, son, you know, little Jimmy Jr. takes over the company, right? It's a lot of nepotism. It's a lot of wealth moving down generationally from father to son and from mother to daughter or whatever. And so in order to fix that, you have to kind of be unfair in the other direction sometimes. You know, but as far as like reparations go, I don't think we should do that based on race. I don't, because that's impossible at this point. If we had done that right after ending slavery, then sure. But it's too late for that. So now we just would give reparations based on income level, is what I think. Did you actually went there to debate or just to troll or whatever you were doing that words can't describe? I went there for attention and I got it. Half of these comments are about me, so suck my dick. What exactly needs to be fixed and why? I'm glad you asked. Let's take a look at racial wealth gap. Significant gap remains. Average per capita wealth of white Americans was $338,000 in 2019, but only $60,000 for black Americans, which indicates disparity. Okay, another thing that they didn't leave in the video was I talked about health disparities. Black women are, I think, pregnant black women are like 3 times as likely to die during childbirth than pregnant white women. Which childbirth death rates in this country, like the death rates of mothers and infants, the mortality rate is insane already. But then you add on top of that being black, and that exacerbates it. Okay? Yeah, I went on there for attention, and I told them after the thing, if anybody wants to come on here for a debate, you are more than welcome. I want to do a one-on-one, especially with that Chandler guy. I think people would really like that. I would love to. Here, you know what? Just to prove it, let's reach out to him right now. How can I find him? Let's see. I don't want to lose my spot on the comments.
Arguments are.
See what we got here. 64.2k followers. Jesus. Oh, wait. Hold on. There we go. Is that even worth calling reparations? It's a substitute for reparations, I suppose. That's fair. But it is technically benefiting black people far more than it's benefiting white people as entire groups. So I would still consider it inadvertently. I don't care what you call it. I just think that poor people need more money. You know what I mean? And it's also worth addressing the fact that black people are far more likely to be poor, and proportionally speaking, way more of them are poor. And you know, understanding how that happened and what steps we need to take to fix it. You know what I mean? And make sure that and put preventative measures in place so that it cannot happen again. I think that's fair. I think that's reasonable. So I don't care if you call it reparations or not. I think you made a point relatively early in the video that giving money to people can't hurt them, but there's quite a bit of evidence that suggests directly giving money isn't always helpful. Well, I mean, if you literally have issues, like a lot of homeless people do, whether it's caused by their homelessness or the homelessness caused their issues, especially with addiction, then yeah, sure. But that only means that they need healthcare on top of needing money. You know, you're not going to solve a person's problems by not giving them basic necessities. I'm not saying throw money at every homeless person you see. That'd be stupid, because a lot of them aren't financially responsible. You are correct. And so they do need guidance. A lot of these people do need a lot of guidance. So throwing money just randomly is not going to solve the problem, but not throwing any money at all also does not solve the problem. So that's where the conversation ends with a lot of conservatives is they say, well, we can't infantilize these people. We can't give them money for doing nothing. But then it's like, okay, then how do we fix this? And they're like, well, we just have to make sure they pick up their bootstraps, pick themselves up by the bootstraps and get back to work and make sure the dads don't leave the home. And it's like, you can't legislate bootstraps. You can't legislate that, you know? So we only have so much power to with what we have control over, you know what I mean? Like things that we can do to incentivize good behaviors. What's your prescription here? Prioritize healthcare for pregnant black women about to die over pregnant white about to die. If my house is on fire and you are next door to me and you have a flooded basement, both of these are big problems. But one of them is a bigger problem. So if we are going to address one of them first, I'm a lefty. If we're going to address one of them first, I would say the house on fire would be the smart one to address first and foremost, okay? Does that make sense? So, like, the problem exists in much greater capacity for black women. And so we have to break down why that is. You know, how did that come about and how do we, like, level that out? You know, I'm not trying to pit people against each other. I'm just trying to fix all these problems. Just throwing money at people, which may not have been what you explicitly said, but it's what you implied, does not incentivize good behaviors. When I'm arguing with conservatives and they're of the opinion that giving people to money hurts them, it doesn't hurt them. Giving somebody money cannot hurt them. It can't. It cannot. It will not. It cannot hurt them. No, period, end of story. Giving somebody money is not an action that will hurt them. It's not. Okay? It's not. And you can sit here and say, well, they're just going to go get drugs with it. Okay. Guess what they would have done if I hadn't given them that money? Go and stab somebody to get money for drugs. Okay? A drug addict who takes money to spend on drugs will get the money or the drugs any way that they can. The problem is the addictive behavior, not the fact that we gave them money. So fix the addictive behavior, okay? People love to act like, well, these homeless people are just so stupid that they don't know what to do with money and that's why they're homeless. That's not always the case, okay? Yes, a lot of them are uneducated. Yes, a lot of them are addicted to substances. But that makes the problem worse. You do realize that's worse, right? You need to help both problems. You need to give them a roof over their heads and 3 square meals a day at least with running water and a shower. You need to sit them down and help them figure their shit out. And decriminalize drugs, for Christ's sake. Right, you're weird? Thank you. I try. We should be careful calling it reparations to certain people as it may hurt our objectives. I just, like, I agree with you on some level, but, like, for instance, like, if I were arguing with my dad, he was a conservative, right? He's a conservative. If I'm arguing with my dad and I say, well, Dad, I can put this one of two ways. I can say, Dad, you understand that the African American population in America has been under severe stress due to the climate that has been produced as a result of slavery and the Jim Crow era and redlining historically. And so that is why we are in dire need of reparations. He's not going to respond to that. Now, if I go up and say, Dad, I think poor people just need more money. I think it's a good thing to give money to people who do not have it. I'm not saying he'll agree, but that's much better than... And also point out that, like, black people tend to be poorer. I see what you're getting at. I do see what you're getting at, but I had to work with what I had. You should have said all this in the video. Dude, you don't understand it. They cut out a lot of this, okay? And I knew that, and so I had to make an impression the best way I could, and I had to steal the show. And I did. Half the comments are about me. Okay? I'll keep saying it. Half the comments are about me. I made an impression. That was my goal. People are here. People are talking about me. That's all I wanted. That's all I wanted out of this. I think you have some valid points, but the way you said them in the video made you sound like an idiot, in my opinion. No offense. I disagree. Instead of just saying give money to people, it can't hurt them. But it can't. I didn't have enough time to explain all that, and nobody's going to sit there and fucking listen to it anyway. Okay? None of these people actually listened to the words I was saying. None of them. They just saw me and they're like, oh, the liberal getting owned by black conservative. Pwned. Black conservative open his mouth and say things against white liberal, and that make me happy because I am conservative myself. And I like having my ideas spit up back at me, okay? That's all I want, is my own ideas chewed up, digested, and spit back at me in a different voice. That's it. Preferably by a minority, because then it makes me feel even more special. Nerds versus geeks is an idea. That'd be fun. Well, I don't know how you'd, like, delineate that. Celine Smith. Oh, yeah, this is that one chick. This is the one liberal chick who was, like, not liberal at all. She was just, like, there. I felt very, very underqualified and was hella nervous. Hopefully Hell's giving him amnesty. Goated response. True. That was, honestly, the best line in the whole show. Bang, bang, ding. Bang, ding, ding, ding. Why the fuck? One Piece soundtrack does not have the right to be this good. I love this shit. Bang, ding, 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 ding. Solutions can only ultimately apply to individuals, not groups. Black women being X% more likely to be Y doesn't mean every black woman experiences something. Yeah, no, that's where you have to look at trends, okay? This is the trap that so many people fall into. Conservatives and normies mostly, and liberals to an extent. Individual experiences need to be looked at differently than the overall trend. Obviously, a person who joins a gang and kills people is not a good person. We can all agree on that, right? Gang violence is bad, period, right? But if you look back and you say, okay, let's see which demographic of people is joining the gangs, you'll see it's mostly inner city black people, okay? Mostly inner city young black boys. Why? Several reasons. Maybe their dad's in jail, right? Maybe all they see on the street is drug dealing and sex, and so that's what they feel like they have to do in order to survive, right? Their home situation is probably very bad, you know, things like that. So his actions in joining a gang and killing people are not good ones, and he should be held individually responsible. But you just called black people evil? Yeah, clip that and show it to me. I want to see it. But if you, where was I going with this? If you step back and look at the situation and how and what kind of people are being drawn into those circumstances and say, hey, we should incentivize things that run against this behavior. How do we do that? Right? That's not forgiving people who have done it. That's not apologizing for them or infantilizing them. That is preventing this thing that is very real and needs to be fixed from happening again. Does that make sense? It's a preventative measure. Hopefully that answers your question. You do seem to be engaging honestly, Daniel, even though we seem to disagree, so I am capable of being reasonable, I promise. The older black woman with the blonde... Sorry, I'm reading my Discord. Say hi back, please. Hi. Oh, if you're talking about the black people evil thing, I have no clue. I think that he's just being a shitter. But if you have if you have the clip, I would love to see it. I don't think that's what I said. That girl with the red hair is not a liberal. Fucking agree. No, you know what? She was a liberal. She was probably... Her and Destiny were the only liberals there. Me and the other One Piece guy. Come on. We weren't liberals. We weren't fucking cringe liberals. Sorry, I'm looking at my baby. Winry. For those who don't know, I have a cat. Her name is Winry, and she's very cute. I love Destiny. He was the only liberal with common sense. Yeah, because he was the only one saying anything against the left on there. Alex saying he leveled out his cringiness. Maybe I shouldn't have said that. Maybe I should have just said I embrace the cringe. Alec wound me up so much. Definitely needs a day in the real world to meet someone bigger than himself. Can we... What is happening? I think we're loading too many comments at once. If the page breaks, we're done. It was really funny how the Black Cons tried to race bait at the end when they were talking about not being victims. I know, they always pull that shit. They always pull that shit. They hate id pull, and then they turn around and do id pull. If a mob of angry black riders come after me, should I submit to it? Yes, you should. Otherwise, you're racist. You should let them burn you alive, actually. If you don't, you're racist. Chandler needs to take a chill pill. True. Although, you know, I also was not chill. Everyone's saying that, like, me and Chandler need to chill out. Like, I take it back. I don't like these comments. They completely forego the point of the fucking video. If affirmative action goes, legacy admissions need to go. Very true. Your inbox is going to be destroyed. I know it's going to be terrible. A great reply. Thank you. Let's watch it again. I do not have time. I will probably watch other people's reactions to it because I'm very self-absorbed, but I'm not going to personally watch the video again. You're not letting me have a voice. How? You're speaking now. You're cutting her off. Yeah, because she's being stupid. I didn't cut her off because she's a black woman. I cut her off because she was being stupid. That's equal treatment. You sucked on this one? Thank you. When the guy said, I hope the devil is giving him amnesty, it told me all I needed to know. Yeah, that he's based. Finally, the video we've all been waiting for years. Now this will be interesting. The love for One Piece is crazy. Bruh, I fucking love One Piece. I was searching everywhere to see if anyone noticed. 2 shirts. The One Piece. The point of the video is to find middle ground. Not for me. The point was to get attention. And I did. Understand this. Jubilee doesn't care about finding middle ground either. They're just looking for content. As long as you provide them with the content they're looking for, they will showcase you to hell and back. Okay, so I did my goddamn duty. I gave them the show they were looking for, and they kept the spotlight on me basically the whole time. And the comments reflect that. How do you find a middle ground with someone who has the worldview of a child? You scold them and ground them from going out with their friends for a week. I found out a friend of mine is a Destiny fan, then I talked a little shit, and she said, well, the thing I didn't like about the debate with that one guy was that he brought Destiny's kid into it, and my soul died just a little. Wait, Destiny's kid? What? I have no clue what you're saying. Who brought what into it? I didn't even know Destiny had a kid. I wrote, prefer middle grounds of the people invited aren't essentially debaters for a living, which I love, by the way, but I go to their channels to look for that. No, I disagree. Like, if you just have normies on there, it's so frustrating and grating to watch normies try to do this shit, you know what I mean? Like, imagine that, but instead of me, they had just some fucking random liberal normie on there, you know? Like, he would have let them get away with everything. He would have let everything slide under the radar. They would have had no pushback whatsoever. Whenever I watch people watch these videos, at least in my circles, like leftist circles, the biggest critique of these Jubilee videos is that they don't have anybody representing the leftist position ever, right? And so there's no pushback. There's never any pushback on these conservative talking points. So when that guy said, well, we need to worry about the homeless veterans on the street, I pushed back. I challenged him on that. I said, okay, but you don't really care about that. You don't care. You are just saying things. You are saying things to win a game. That's it. You know? So I challenged him. I said, okay, give me a policy. Give me something that will help them. Tell me what you've supported that will help them. And then they cut it off. And I'm actually, I would have loved to hear his answer. But the fact that they did cut it off without him really giving much of an answer, it says everything that needs to be said. They didn't really cut him off. It's more like I feel like he fumbled a little bit. It's so frustrating and grating, says the grifter who only wanted attention. Yes, a huge part of this was to bring influence to my channel. Wanting attention is a huge part of being a social media influencer. Okay? I know, that's crazy. I'm sitting here on camera in front of, what, 30 people? And I have thousands of views on some of my videos? Yeah, no, of course. No, God forbid that I would that I would want attention. Jeez, oh, heavens to Betsy. It's my new favorite saying. Like, I'm not going to succeed if I don't get attention, man. I can do both. I can advocate for good things and get attention. Both of these things are not mutually exclusive. Yeah, bro doesn't know what a grift is. And also, I mentioned at the beginning of this, I lose money doing this. You understand that, right? Like, I make some money on YouTube and I make some money on Twitch, but it's pennies, and then I have to pay editors, okay? I could edit myself. I don't really have the time, so I pay editors. I have a good income, thankfully. I'm very fortunate in that regard that I'm able to pay editors, but I'm still operating at a loss. This isn't for money, all right? I would love to make money doing it, don't get me wrong. But if I wanted money that badly, I'd just be a fucking conservative. Okay, I think we've seen just about everything we need to see in the comments. I'm convinced Alec is a character like Borat to make people hate leftists. I just don't see that. I don't think that things that I was saying would make people hate leftists. I'm a proud moderate. Yeah, okay. I used to be a black conservative, and it's sad to me to see these people parrot the same talking points I used to. Lol. Also never expected to see Destiny on Jubilee. I also, you know what? Let's talk about that for a second, because I also did not expect to see Destiny stealing my fucking spotlight. Just saying. Bullshit, man. I show up to this thing, I'm like so nervous already, and then who's there? Who could it be but fucking Destiny? You know? It was fine. It worked out. Thank you for admitting your main focus is being a social influencer. There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with wanting to be a social media presence. There's nothing wrong. If I can do that and also advocate for good policies at the same time, that's great. But I've wanted to be a social media influencer since I was like 14. I do miss Destiny's blue hair. That would have been perfect for the liberal video. But yeah, no, I'm not quiet about the fact that this is for attention first, okay? I don't care. Like, it doesn't matter. That's what I like to do. Okay, I'm passionate about having eyes on me and people watching me, all right? And people respecting me and thinking that I'm cool, all right? I love that. Who wouldn't? You know? I love having the spotlight. That's my main thing. I'm not dishonest about that. But I also don't think I'm antagonizing people against leftist policies, so you'll have to prove that. You'll have to substantiate that. You might have thought you were advocating, but the comments make it obvious that you made people very unwilling to actually listen to you. I just don't agree. I don't agree. Everyone who is commenting... Everyone who is I'm going to turn this down. Everyone who was commenting was, like, very partisan. Or centrist. Centrists have this weird thing where they think that, like, the calmest person in the room is the most correct. And that's just not true. I don't know where this idea came from that, like, as long as you're calm, you're correct. Wait, the older lady that destroyed Alec. Wait, what? What? The older lady that destroyed Alec? Destroyed. Yeah, okay. Ugh. You've also had multiples of people come in here, including me, to commend your views. Thank you. See? Like, yeah, there's the counter argument. There were people who came in to say, I really like your views. I really like what you had to say on that. That was excellent. You weren't even remotely sympathetic to entertaining even a slightly different reality than your own. That's because their reality is dog shit. Tell me one thing that I should have entertained that I didn't. Give me one, just one. And I'll entertain it for you, and I will tell you why it's bullshit. Being right isn't about entertaining somebody else's point of view. It's about being right. I'm unapologetic when I'm correct, okay? I don't compromise. I don't know, maybe we've been reading different comments, but you've literally sat here reading through multiple people commenting you're cringe. I don't care if... It was like a tiny... You understand, first of all, let's put this into perspective. The number of people who actually comment on YouTube videos is minuscule compared to the number of people who actually click on and watch those videos, okay? Oh, look at this. My graphic designer sent me this. That's another thing. I have a graphic designer I have to pay. So if y'all think I'm making money on this, I'm not. I promise. This is all entirely funded from my income in my other job. I had a point and I forgot. People are calling him cringe or 12 and trying to be edgy. No, I don't think they're 12. I think they just disagree with me, and that's why they think I'm cringe. Oh, damn, I'm about to ratio somebody. Look at this. This Allie Beth Stuckey said, this grown man just admitted that he modeled his female identity after an 8-year-old girl he met when he was a kid. Silence of the Lambs level evil. Aaron said, 24 years ago when I was 8 years old, I played made flower crowns with a girl named Erin. I got teased badly and remember wanting to be her so badly. 24 years later, I am Erin and rocking my flower crown. And I replied, Aaron, I was bullied at 8 years old for doing the same thing my friend did without issue. So I latched onto the idea that if I were only her, I'd be allowed to do those things. Allie, wow, you were one creepy 8-year-old, lol. I mean, that's literally true. And I'm glad that this is getting a lot of attention on it. I listened to this last time I worked out, this song. It was great. What do you do? I'm a home care nurse. Why the same name? Why not the same name? Who fucking cares? She likes the name Aaron. Which would work if most of the audience were lefties, which they aren't. Lenin would cringe at your... What? What? When did Lenin come into this? Lenin. They call him Lenin, as I call him. Lenin. Oh no, man, I guess time will tell. As someone who's left-leaning, I do hope that somehow push people more left, but I'm not going to be convinced of it until I see it. Are you a Destiny stan? Is that what this is? Because I can see Destiny stans thinking I'm cringe. That makes sense. Absolutely losing my mind in the YouTube comments. Oh, same. Okay, well, commies here did not. You're trying to strawman us. Ever wonder why Marx was a fan of free markets in the same way Republicans support free market capitalism? What? Destiny's also cringe, but in his own way. Fair enough. Sorry, I'm reading Discord. If it sounds like it was in a Death Note episode, I'm not taking you seriously. Yeah, pretty much. I just watched the Jubilee episode. You were a passive-aggressive jerk, Alec. Thank you. I appreciate it. I tried. I tried my best. You made Destiny look like a mod / centrist. That's because he was in this video. He was a fucking centrist in this video. Okay, as much as I love this song, I cannot keep listening to it on loop. We'll do a Nintendo. This is from 5 years ago. Give me a recent one. Two hours of chill Nintendo, chill video game music. There we go. The point is you'd rather prioritize ideological purity than gaining political clout? I have no clue what that means. Or your personal life is rough, you're just a rude, arrogant person. I'll have to let my fiance know that when she gets back. And my job that pays me very well know that, how bad my life is. I'll have to look at all the belongings that I own, all the very nice things that I own up on my wall, and really reconsider whether or not my life is good right now. Thank you for pointing that out. Sarcastic narcissist? True. Destiny's a classical liberal? Yeah, sort of. I mean, I don't think he's a classical liberal. I think he's kind of a mixed bag. I think he tends to be progressive on most issues, but some are just not within his purview. Even your followers are passive-aggressive jerks. Be harder passive-aggressive jerks, guys. Do it more. Maybe he'll leave. Free markets, open societies up to other ideas. Cosmopolitan progressive values. I'm not really good at, like, economic policy discussions. It's not my forte. Like, I have some talking points, but if I were really to get into the nitty-gritty, I'd probably get my ass handed to me in a lot of ways. I'm autistic? Get the fuck out of my chat. What are you doing here? Someone needs a safe space. True. No defense, no points, just snarky, rude nonsense. John, how about you come on right now? Check this out, buddy. I'll send you a Discord link. You seem upset. I'd like to hash this out. I love dairy and naps. I wasn't being rude. Nice. I'm not passive aggressive. I'm regular aggressive. I was talking to John. I know. I'm reading through these. I know that a lot of them are replies. I'm sorry, that was a joke. That was a complete joke about the autism. I'm sorry. That was a very mean thing to do, is be completely dry about that joke to an autistic person. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Deb. I'm sorry. Forgive me. Dear Lord, forgive me for my sins. What was it? How does it go? Forgive me, Lord, for I have sinned. Today's list of sins were, pulls out, like, you know that SpongeBob image of, he's got like a list that's like 12 miles long. It's my daily sin list. Today's sin, I made fun of an autistic person. It was pretty awesome, actually, but I'm sorry. But I would do it again, but I'm sorry. Destiny is good with debates with the right, but other than that, I don't really like him. I think the problem is when you put Destiny in a room with lefties and righties, he's really going to try to play the center. I think that's the biggest issue that I had when he was there. He played the center entirely too much. Now, if he's just against conservatives, he does pretty good. But I think he tries too hard to like make himself look like the reasonable centrist. Good luck with the social media grind. Thank you. You remind myself in an alternate universe if I never stopped watching cartoons. Thank you. I love cartoons. Who's the autistic person? Everyone watching this. Oh, that was very nice of M to do. Posting about little old me. We're at 1.92k subscribers now, baby. Destiny played the center in the video. I think he did a lot, yeah. Like, I'm not saying that anything he said was wrong. I'm saying it was wrong place, wrong time. He kept running defense for the left, or like apologia for the left. You know what I mean? Like he was like, oh yeah, no, we do this and we do that, and leftists are bad about this and leftists are bad about that, and it's like all true, but it's like the wrong time for that. You know what I mean? Are you monetized? I don't know if this stream will be monetized. I'm gonna try, but I don't really make that much money on my content. Like I said, my content is supplemented by my content is paid for by my main job. Sorry if I keep licking this. It's just like one little hair that keeps trying to get in my mouth. If your goal is to be more convincing, you obviously choose to look like a more reasonable person. No, my goal in that video was not to convince people. It was to get attention, and it worked. Listen, here's the two scenarios. Scenario number one is I did what I did to get attention. All right, attention-seeking behavior, whatever. Call it negative, call it abrasive, call it whatever you want. I got attention. Eyes were on me, okay? There's no such thing as bad attention when it comes to numbers, okay? The other version of this is I go and dress like some normal dude, okay? Maybe I like take the hat off, right? There's some normal dude, and yes, I am bald. You're welcome. I'm freshly shaven today. So I go in as like just some normal dude, right? And then it's like, I'll just like sit back and I won't try to chime in on this one too much. And I won't try to chime in on that one too much or anything. And, that's boring. Nobody wants that. Nobody will listen to me. Have you been on a Destiny stream before? No, and I would be open to it, but I just don't know what we would talk about. You know? Lefty Tim Pool. The difference is I own it. I have been called Tim Pool quite a bit, though. Mostly when I was smaller than I currently am. Like, smaller, like, physically. Vosh X Tim Pool. Pretty true, actually. I giggled at the lefty Tim Pool. You were hostile and rude that it got my attention, so here I am. So it worked. Yeah. See? There you are. Get on Destiny only so you can get on with Vosh later. I've been on with Vosh. We've played games together. He liked my Zach Hadel impression. Yeah, you could say I'm pretty tight with Vosh, you know. We basically are fucking. We're basically fucking. Vosh rad. He does fuck horses. That makes him pretty rad. God, I'm so anxious. I keep wanting to look at comments. I keep refreshing. Well, actually, this is the first time I refreshed, but I want to refresh. I'm just gonna go back over all the same comments if I do this. It's funny. You're bottoming for Vosh? Who the fuck said anything about bottoming? I don't think so. Okay, do I want to keep going? I don't think I want to keep going. I think I'm kind of getting tired. You disregard the people that don't like you? What's the point then? An experiment? No, I don't care if you don't like me. I don't do things specifically so that people who don't agree with me will like me. I just want to build a platform because I like being a social media influencer, and I also think that my politics are positive. And so while being a social media influencer, I would like to spread good politics and see actual legitimate change that will improve not just my life, but the lives of people around me. You know, I have a trans sister to worry about. I have trans friends. I have disabled friends. I work in healthcare. You know, these are all things that the left has solutions. You know, these are all places, areas that are lacking as far as policy and equity. And the left has solutions, and the right doesn't. I think you did well overall. I have liked having you in the leftist sphere. Thank you, Zebraskin. I guess that makes you aggressive. I can get a little bit righteous sometimes. Okay, is there a way to raid on YouTube? There is, right? There's like a way to... Hold on. Damn, my live... Oh, wait, never mind. That's something else. I was gonna say my live stream already got demonetized, but it was something else. Oh, you're good, Forax. Are you angry about it? I can be sometimes. Rate to your latest video. I don't want to do that shit. I want to rate to like somebody who's live. Here, hold on. YouTube, how to raid. YouTube live redirect. Here, wait. I think I know what to do. Redirect. Here we go. Who's live on YouTube that we like? Or can I raid out to a Twitch channel? Nope, it's got to be. Okay, well, who's currently live on YouTube that we like? Sorry, I'm looking. Check out the artist. Unlike Pluto, he makes tons of TMZ free music you can use on videos. Perhaps. You'll have to DM me. Last call for the Discord, by the way. Let me get that invite going again. Jump in the Discord before stream ends. We would love to have you. Is there anybody currently live on YouTube that I can raid into? See, I'm subscribed to Tipster. Tipster's a good bean, right? We'll raid into Tipster. Okay. All right, so this should automatically redirect you guys to Tipster. This was an experience. I was very nervous about it, but I'm proud of my performance. I think I did a fantastic job. Not going to do this shit anytime soon. Not again. For multiple reasons, not the least of which is it was very expensive to fly out to LA. And I would have had a much harder time doing it if it were not for the kind donations from some of my viewers. So thank you guys so much for that. I appreciate it. I'll have Dubsy work on this. And we'll get a final cut uploaded at some point of my reaction. Should be fun. And yeah, like I said, this was an interesting experience. And I'm glad that you guys were along for the ride. Thank you for everybody who supported me throughout all this. I'm hoping our numbers will soar. Hoping we get way up there. So with all that said, guys, thank you so much for being here. I love all of you. Be sure to join the Discord if you haven't already, and I will see you all next weekend on Twitch, per usual. We'll be on Twitch next weekend, not YouTube. Okay, so go follow me on Twitch as well. All right, y'all. Have a great weekend, and too bad Destiny was on it. Yeah, I know. It sucks, but it is what it is. All right, have a great weekend, guys. I'll see you all later. Love you all.